Come in. Oh, hold on. Hold on. One second. Hello, folks. Hi. Can you guys hear me? I can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Haha, I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you now.
Yay! Hello.
And now we can see little green volume things on the...
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
Aha.
Well, we just wanted to say hi before we go watch some True Blood.
Okay.
I'll probably log in before it's over.
Okay.
Congratulations on
if you guys want to come back and if we get more people,
yeah,
I don't know
text
if we will or not. Yeah, and when True Blood's over or something, I'll come on back and we'll see about you answering questions or
sure.
taking questions. Okay?
Yeah, text
Awesome.
me when you get more people, and congratulations on 20,000. I'm
Thank
so
you.
excited.
I'm crazy excited too.
We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay, text us if you need anything. If you need us back on here and stuff for support or
Yeah,
whatever.
we'll pause the
We
show
just
and
got
everything.
home and we're unwinding.
I totally understand.
Yeah, you'll need that when this is all over.
Yep.
Taking tomorrow off?
What was that?
Are you taking tomorrow off to rest?
No.
No.
I have 2 days to catch up at work. And then it's family vacation, so I'm going to have that time to rest.
Yeah,
When are you leaving?
Wednesday. Emily said she'd drive out to San Diego.
Oh, that's
nice.
awesome of
That's
her.
good, I think.
Yep.
All right.
All right, dude.
We'll see you in a little bit then.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Hi. Hey, Lam. Thanks so much. I'm super excited too, and that's totally fine. It's 8:01 here, and I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna definitely stay up. I have lots of caffeine, and uh, yeah. But thanks again, dude. Woohoo! Hey, Silvana. I was born in Virginia originally, but I grew up most of my life in Arizona. Um, Although I have lived all over. When I was really little, I lived in Vienna and Austria for a short while. In the 80s, before the Iron Curtain fell. Then I lived for a while in California during college, and then also in England. Hi, my dinner's here. Woohoo! Thank you. People are asking me questions right now. Some people, yes, I will. I will eat in front of the camera. I will be modest. Well, yeah, of course. I need more drink, please. Please, please, lovely dear wife. I want to stay here until midnight. I know. May I have some Dr. Pepper? I will fall asleep. Please, please. I love you. Oh, the Tonys are on. I had these really yummy noodles that were Japanese udon noodles that I bought the other day, and I left them at home. I shouldn't say home. I left them at work because I bought them during my lunch break at work, and so I don't have them. So I'm having the very American beanie weenies for dinner. They're actually really tasty, but um, I'm thinking that means do I speak Portuguese, and I don't. I love Portugal. It's a really cool, fascinating country. I know some Portuguese people are like, no, no, it's normal sort of thing. Not some Portuguese people have been like, no, Portugal's boring, but I'm like, I love the history of Portugal. Also, I'm very interested in Brazilian history too. Kind of a history buff. Was almost a history major in college. Um, but yeah, I always found Portugal interesting. I first discovered Portugal when I was studying about what's his name, Wellington, Arthur Wellington, and his campaign against the Spanish campaign, which started in Portugal. So let me make sure that says, do I speak Portuguese? And Dennis, I will link you to my Kickstarter here in just 1 second. Yeah, I don't speak Portuguese. Oh, here, I'm getting distracted. My apologies, people. Let me get back to. Oh, all right, Dennis, check out the group chat. There's a link to the Kickstarter in the group chat. Do you have that link? There you go. Thank you, lovely wife. Thank you so very, very much. My wife is the most wonderful woman in the world. All right. Yay, Keith Mingus. Oh my gosh, Keith, I am so excited too. Um, World of Do, its is Blood and Honor, which John Wick wrote, which uses a very similar system to House of the Blooded, which John Wick also wrote. And House of the Blooded was he was inspired by Spirit of the Century, which was Fate before Fate was really like its own, like before Fate core. And so uh, and about that time is when Ryan Macklin really started getting involved in Fate stuff as well, and that's actually where part of where John got the idea, because John Wick and Ryan Macklin got to play a famous Spirit of the Century game together, where they were arch enemies in the game, but also allies, and they had a blast, and so that's kind of started them both down the path of Fate and Fate-like games, and so when I came to Ryan and asked him if he would do this conversion, he was like, yes, I am very interested in this, and this is kind of a full circle for me. And the fact that I used that I was inspired to make the city for like the city being like the setting for the game, which is similar to how cities work in Dresden Files, like thematically, I should say, was definitely another thing that got him like very interested in doing this. So yeah. So yeah, I'm super excited for the Fate conversion. I'm going to play both. I know I wrote World to Do, but I love Fate. It's a lot of fun. All games, I like game systems because the different game systems, because they all come to storytelling in different ways. And I wrote my game specifically because I didn't feel like I was able to tell stories in this certain way. But yeah, so we have Fate. We're going to have a Fate conversion, and that's so great. Silvana. Awesome. I'm excited actually for World Cup. Woohoo! As an American, I'm also really bummed that we're in with Portugal and Germany. Germany being where like all my family's from. So, but also both teams are butt kicking awesome. And then also some reason Landon Donovan, one of our greatest strikers or forwards for the U.S., is not on the team. For some reason the U.S. manager decided not to put him on, so I'm really bummed about that. Yeah, but I want to visit Brazil one day. It's a gorgeous country, everything I've seen and everything. The closest I've been is Honduras, and then also, yeah, Honduras I think is the closest I've ever been to Brazil. But I love the Caribbean and all that history and culture. What's the name of that book I read recently? There's a really good book that a Brazilian guy wrote that's kind of like a cyberpunk Brazil story, and it's almost more about Sao Paulo and Rio and those areas themselves, like about the city and the people living in them, than any about like the story. But it really brought the culture alive to me, and I've always been interested in that culture. And actually, the story takes place both in like the early colonization of Brazil, and then also in like a near cyberpunk future. So awesome! You guys rock. And I have so many foreign supporters from like Brazil, and also the EU and the UK and Canada, and actually a lot of Filipinos and a couple of people from Japan and Koreans and non-EU European countries. You guys are also awesome. I got a couple of Israelis, people from all over, and it's just awesome. So thank you, everyone. Kildane Santana, Sim. Oh, yes, right. Yeah, I don't speak Portuguese, as you can tell. I've never been great with languages. My friend Dennis Wynn, who just recently asked for the link, he's brilliant with languages. He speaks like 6 or 7, and it's crazy. My mother is a French teacher, and both my parents are fluent in German, and I can pick up smatterings, but I've never been great with it, and spent too much time, I think, playing role-playing games. and writing them or something. I don't know. But yeah, I should probably get on that. That should be on my bucket list, I think. Yeah, Portuguese is definitely going to be one of the things on my list too for languages. Japanese, Portuguese, I think Arabic. Um, yeah, maybe Russian and Mandarin. Definitely Mandarin. Good morning, Tom. Um, where in the UK are you, Tom? Um, I lived in London and Bury St. Edmunds for a while. So, and what's the weather like for where you're at? I love it. I love the UK. Tell me more. What were you going to ask me? I'm going to eat some beanie weenies while, um, yeah, beans and sausages. Um, yeah, while you ask, Tom. Go ahead. I spent most of the day walking around the Phoenix Convention Center, like the entire thing. It's huge. I don't know how to describe it. I need to look up the dimensions or something, but it was a good couple miles of concrete walking, and like they thought they were going to have like 106,000 people, and they had way more. In this huge convention area filled with vendors, and then all these panels and games, and they had 3 different hotels that had like events going on, like the Hyatt, where I was at the entire time. The second floor, the mezzanine atrium sort of area, was just filled. All the rooms everywhere were just filled with huge tables and people gaming. And so that's where I was running my games this weekend. And I was told actually today that Verizon and a bunch of the internet providers and now cell phone providers brought in extra booster trucks to help people get signals, but I still was only getting weak, like 3G signals while I was walking around today. But like yesterday, Saturday, which was the peak day, was like nothing. Even when I started my game at 7 p.m. when like the vendor floor was closed, but that was because everyone was then going to panels and staying, and it was like 11 o'clock, and when our game ended, and it was still like I was barely. It was terrible. I was barely getting signal. I finally actually went several miles away to the hotel where I was staying at, the Palomar, and finally I actually had a direct internet connection that I could plug my laptop into, and that's how I was able to post my update and all my thank yous to everyone. And thank you, everyone. So, Tom, were you still typing that question when I answered it? I thought that maybe that was like a finished and done. I have a 3-year-old who's very tired. Hold on. I think he's okay. Is there a place I can see who's watching it? I wonder how many people on. Ah, viewers. Interesting. Cool. Ah, cabaret. My wife is making her kids watch the Tonys tonight. It's actually been pretty fun the last couple of years, watching the Tonys. I think my 3-year-old little boy decided that he didn't like it, though. Sorry. Oh, for those of you who are watching, if you're interested, I pulled some of the top tier reward tiers, some of the numbers off of them, and added them into the Samurai tier so we could have a total of 25, because we sold out. Again, that's the absolutely max I'm going to be able to do for the game, but it's yeah. So, but hopefully, if someone really wanted one of those. Ooh, looks like we might have a early morning Mr. Toby Abad joining us. We shall see. Let me check questions. Oh, I think I earlier answered a question by accident. I didn't actually answer. So, hi Muklis. I think that's how you pronounce it. Sadiq. Hello. Welcome. Mm. Gildene, if you want to ask more questions in Portuguese, we can try using Google Translate if you want to um, try to go back and forth and figure out if you don't speak English. I'm totally fine with trying to do that. I am always willing to muddle through and try to talk more about those things if you're interested. So, trying to think, do you guys have any questions for me right now, or does anyone want to join the group chat and ask me there, or anything like that? It looks like, oh, we just broke 21,000, so that's pretty awesome. And we have 3 hours left to go, 3.5 really. So that's awesome. We have 504 supporters as well. So thank you guys. This is really awesome. I've totally been blown away by this entire thing. When Mark and I first started talking about this, we talked to ourselves and we were like, I think we'll hit our goal. I think we might hit 6,000, maybe 8 or 10 if we're like super lucky, and then and then the first 2.5 hours we blew through our goal, and then like the first day I think we hit 6,000. And so, I mean, we had projected out way far. We're like, we're going to be serious with ourselves and not fool ourselves when we make these huge projections. We need to make our projections just in case to cover ourselves. But the odds are, small and everything. But then all of you guys and everyone were super interested in this game, and it's just been amazing. So, yeah, I'm just so grateful to all of you. Thank you. I'm doing some math here on my computer. 1976 until we hit Jim Pinto of Post World Games. That's a small J and small P. You're welcome, Jim, if you're watching. I'm going to make his name small here. Jim doesn't like capital letters for some reason. I don't know if you you know this. Jim Pinto worked with John Wick at AEG for a while, and since then, and has done some art. He's done a lot of art. Shouldn't say art. He's been in charge of like art sourcing and all those different things, and all sorts of project management and writing. He's done a lot of writing at AEG and whatnot. And, yeah, Jim Pinto's a pretty cool dude. So I'm excited that he's on board with us. I'm thanking more of our backers while I'm talking to you guys. Let's see, do you guys have more questions for me? Oh, no questions right now. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna jump on Twitter. I realize now that I forgot to post this on Twitter. Sorry, I'm focusing here. Bruce Campbell and Nathan Fillion just posting on Twitter today the pictures they took together. We actually got a picture today. The family got a picture together with Bruce Campbell, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Aha! Leah Elliott. Just want to let you know I'm excited about this project. I heard about it from Reddit RPG. Hey! Hi, Reddit! I love Reddit. I've been on there since forever. There are bad parts or good parts of Reddit, but since it was tiny, and Will Wheaton posted about it on his blog, and then also mentioned it on FARC back in the ancient days of the internet. So I'm sorry, let me get back to your question. Leah Elliott asks, I just wanted to let you know I'm excited about this project. I heard about it from Reddit/r/RPG, and I'm so happy I did. I'm new to RPGs. After living in Japan, I'm excited to play games set there and in these time periods. Oh my God. Pardon my language. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for backing this and whatnot. Just talking to Neil Fisher, a friend of mine today who lived in Japan for a couple of years, and he's super excited to be back in the project. And we talked about Japan and Japanese culture, and yeah, I geek out about that stuff. I'm kind of that sort of geek. Hey, we have a person joining us. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mark Truman.
How are you?
Good.
Good, man.
I love your hair. It's pretty awesome.
It's crazy.
I don't think you can see on my face that well, but I was at a convention all weekend and I haven't shaved.
You have an actual beard.
I do have an actual beard. It's mostly blonde though, so I'm the chairman, and you can't see it really.
It's invisible. It's an invisible beard. That's what makes it so interesting.
Right.
I've grown an invisible beard.
Oh, it's like my submarines.
They're invisible.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh, hey, everything is good, man. I'm pumped to see this wrap up, man. This is looking great.
I know. I'm so excited. Oh.
Yeah. It's
I'm
funny
also
to think about us, like, talking about this and planning for it and doing everything and being like, yeah, we hope it does well. And if, back on that first day would have been like, so it might crack $20,000.
Yeah, right. The first day. Yeah, I was just actually like about 10 minutes ago, or maybe 5 minutes before you got on, I was like, yeah, we were talking. Mark and I were talking, and we were like, maybe if it does really well, we'll hit $6,000. And yeah, and then after the first day, it just boom exploded. So yeah. Oh my gosh.
So tell me about the con.
Oh, it was a crazy, huge thing. I'm trying to do 10 things at once right now here. It was. Have you been to Phoenix ComiCon before? I don't know if you have.
I've never been to a Comic-Con actually.
Okay.
We have. Maybe I've been to the Albuquerque Comic-Con. I'm not sure, but I haven't been to the Phoenix one for sure.
Okay. So, the Phoenix Convention Center, they redid it a couple, like 5-6 years ago, and it's huge now. I think it's close to like, or similar to the Indianapolis Convention Center as far as size.
Okay.
And it's got a bunch of hotels around it too. The main event, of course, is comics and geek culture stuff, and but they do have an entire gaming section that's grown, and that's mostly due to the fact that like awesome people like Tiffany Branham and Chris Hartwig, and a bunch of really dedicated Arizona role-playing game people who have like just put on amazing gaming stuff there every year. Yeah. And I've gone before and like volunteered as a GM and whatnot to run other people's games and board games and stuff. But this year, I think last year they had like 57,000 people, and this year they sold 106,000 tickets.
Oh my God! How did it grow that fast?
Well, because it was amazing last year, and then like this year they had like huge names like John Barrowman and Stan Lee and Nathan Fillion and like entire groups of like different. I'm trying to remember all these other groups, and I'm so tired and I didn't get to see any of them. I saw Nathan Fillion, but I didn't get to see anyone else because I was running my game so much. But then so the Hyatt, which is like the main hotel associated with it, they also have the Radisson and the Sheraton and a bunch of other little hotels where people can stay at, but those all have like events going on in them. The Hyatt was dedicated this year entirely to gaming, so the very first floor had a whole section that was just video games, and then the second floor was nothing but role-playing games and board games.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that was there in the Hyatt's conference center areas, so it was like this mezzanine atrium level basically. And they had hundreds of gaming tables out there, and I was on one of them. Wow. So I ran. We ended up running 3 games total, which was awesome. I was hoping to try to run a 4th one on Friday, but they didn't have space, and we didn't have time really to make it work. But we ran 3 games, and they were all brilliant and fun. We started with the same scenario on all 3 of them, and the way I started the scenario was actually I gave everyone a desire. When I made all the character sheets, I made 13 characters. I made 2 different holy people because the holy people can be really diverse. So I made a Christian one that was a Jesuit, and then I made a Buddhist monk. Yeah. Or nun. It could have been either way, so that people could have choices. And they all had a desire, something to do with Lady Kachiko, which for you L5R fans is a little nod to that. Um,
Still, still a little
and,
game called L5R.
yeah, I don't know if you've heard of it. Anyways,
I was
so
into it when it was underground.
yeah,
Before it was cool.
it was it was always cool. It was always huge. It's always been, yeah. It's just there was another one of those games that exploded. Anyways, so they all had a desire related to this lady Kachiko, and on some of the character sheets, like the police inspectors in particular, it said, "Investigate the death of Lady Kachiko. Why has she been murdered?" And or figure out why Lady Kachiko has been murdered. That was like
Right.
so based on what people chose for their characters, like what characters they chose, because they were all pre-made.
Hold on 1 second. I have somebody
Sure.
knocking at my door. I will be
Okay.
right back.
No problem. I'm going to eat some of my dinner. Oh, more comments? Oh. I'm going to start thanking backers while Mark is doing that. Thank you, Richard. You are awesome. And Morgan from LA. I love the luchador mask. Morgan. You guys' icons are awesome. When I first started thanking everyone, I was sending everyone like messages about their icons and whatnot. Then I realized I was thanking so many icons.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello, I am thanking people. 1 second.
Oh, good.
Yeah, when I got into my hotel room last night, I left like almost immediately after my game. We talked, to all the players and everyone around. We were cheering and stuff. I'll get to that later, but I got back to my room kind of early actually, and I wanted to so I could update and talk to people and started thanking people. And my roommate got back in late, and I was still sitting at my laptop taking messages to people. So, anyways, characters. We had pre-gen characters. The reason for that is because when you make characters and then you make the city, it generally is like an entire session. And I was only given 4-hour slots. So I wanted to really get a lot of gameplay in there.
I need to do that more often. I think I need to just bite the bullet and make more pre-gens for that kind of stuff. So I think it's a good move.
So yeah, I bit the bullet, did that, and we also kind of slightly pre-generated the city a little bit, and then I gave people like a little. We kind of built it like kind of mini city versus like a regular city.
Yeah, that's smart.
So we went forward with that, and then everyone had a Lady Kachiko related thing, and then I had everyone make a wisdom risk and figure out what was going on. Our first game was brilliant. We had a servant but I gave the servant character the gift, which is one of the new advantages, which is like a supernatural ability of some sort. And in this one, it was that the servant could turn into a gaki, a hungry ghost. And so they would turn invisible and have all the abilities of the ghosts as well as disadvantages, so they couldn't really interact with any more physical humans in the normal world. But they could pass through walls and be silent and invisible and carry something and maybe drop it and then it would become there or something.
Yeah.
But then if they stayed there too long, they become hungry and want to eat on people. So we had a servant, and then we had a smuggler, and we had a wandering shamisen player, and we had a ronin and a yakuza, and their story ended up being that Lady Kachiko was murdered. I'm trying to keep these all separate.
Yeah.
Lady Kachiko had been murdered, and the servant had done it. He had killed her on the orders of the yakuza, who was the Lady Kachiko turned out to be an oyabun, a head of a yakuza gang, and so they killed her because she was going to betray them to the Tokugawa shogunate and get all these people killed off, like all these like common folk who were against the shogunate. And so they killed her, and they had to like cover it up and try to figure out what they were going to do. And then the wandering shamisen player was looking for her mother's shamisen that had been stolen from her by Lady Kachiko, and she found it when Lady Kachiko's body was found, and so she got it, but one of the strings was missing, and she found that there was this she needed to get it from the spirit at this certain cave, which ended up being the smuggler's cave, and they went to it, and this like singing started, and the smuggler was like, oh no, not again. They go in the back, and there's this like gorgeous, beautiful woman playing a shamisen and singing, and everyone's drawn to her. Oh, and come to find out, the emperor's concubine, who was with child, was on the smuggler ship, and also a bunch of rifles to help start the revolution against the shogunate here in Nagasaki, which is where they were playing. And so she was drawn to this spirit, and the servant's a little worried, so he switches to a ghost and sees that she's this hungry oni that she's gonna swallow the souls, and that the pool that she's floating above is actually really deep, and there's all these bones deep in the bottom of the pool. And so everyone's like, oh no, and so they all go and attack her, and the Ronin goes and stabs her and kills her physical form, but her spirit form's still alive, so the Gaki eats her spirit form, and they save the day, and and the Yakuza leads the charge with because he takes over Kachiko's gang, and they had a fight with another gang, and he took that gang over, so they took over both gangs, and had a great time. Hold on, little buddy. They had a great time taking over the castle of the shogunate and winning the day. And that was the first game. So they had a brilliant time, and the servant won MVP. Everyone loved him. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So I am getting a ton of messages all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, you're down to your last couple hours here.
Right. Holy cow.
That's great. Well, cracking the fake core, that's awesome. This is it. It's huge.
I know, it's a huge thing. So yeah, yeah, and then I got a whole bunch of people talking about it now on RPG. I think I replied to everyone. If I haven't replied to you on RPGNet and you're watching this, let me know. Ask a question. Oh, let me check questions. Oh, Peter Sotos. Hello from Goodyear. Okay, let me answer the question.
Well, he says he wants to get his book in person. We'll get
awesome.
That to you.
Yeah.
Soon.
Actually, when we have the books, I'm gonna deliver a bunch of them, and we're gonna have a signing party at Imperial Outpost Games in Phoenix. I think you might know where that is. I have a tiny little monster behind my desk who's laughing. I think it might be a kappa. Oh, he's playing with our corgi. I'm sorry, Peter. Yes, you can pick it up in person. We're gonna have a signing party, book party at Imperial Outpost Games if Darren approves. I think he will. We talked about that in rough detail. So I'm gonna hammer that down with him exactly. But yeah, so we can meet there and we'll hang out. If possible, I might get 2 or 3 other people besides myself to run World of Zoo games, and we'll try to have an evening of that, and maybe have some non-alcoholic Japanese beverages and foods, because no liquor license. But maybe we could do it for a party. I think I might be able to do that.
Yeah,
anyways, yes.
Cool.
So, hi. You're not too far away from me. I'm actually probably just a couple miles north of you. I live in Surprise. So, surprise. All right. Hey, no worries, Toby. Whenever you're ready, you can hop on in if you want. So, come join us. I know. I wish they were. It was really hard to find any of the gaming information. They had a bunch of the game. I'm talking to Peter again. His question was, for those of you who can't see this, I really should say the questions. Looking forward to. Sure. I was at ComiCon on Friday, Peter says, but he didn't know about my game sessions. And yeah, the gaming sessions were really hard to find. They had them all online and they all in the app, but the app was really poorly like organized. It was just like by time, and it was everything. And then you had to like click on each thing to figure out what it was. And World of Do doesn't sound like, what is that? You know, it's a haiku line. So yeah, yeah. So hopefully I'll talk to those awesome people about that and see about getting that next year, get it a little bit better. Every year they make it better. So hold on 1 second, guys.
Cool.
I'm gonna pause here for 1 second. I have a little person asking me a question. I'll be right back. Go ahead and talk to people, Mark, if you want.
All right. Well, hello, people of the internet. It's good to get to know you. You know, I'm really excited to see this all come together because I think the really cool part is now when we start to actually get the text finalized over to layout and into book form, which is going to happen here pretty soon. So it's exciting stuff, man. Exciting stuff. And of course, you know, adding Macklin for the 20K is just amazing, and just so cool to see it crack that number. You know, it's amazing, blows me away. So yeah, if you've got questions, you know, please feel free to put them up, and we're excited to answer them. And it's been a good run here. Excited about it.
Hi, I'm back.
You're perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I have a 3-year-old who wanted to say hi, but he's not ready in his PJs yet. So you have to go get in your PJs before you can say.
I was gonna come and get me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's check questions again. Oh, Toby's got a terrible connection in Manila. Toby's working. Okay. Let me read the question. Toby can't join us, unfortunately. He said he's got a horrible connection here in Manila. I understand we're like on the other side of the world. So I understand if that's going on. Barely Watch video keeps stopping, no audio either. I hope that, I don't know if that's our end or if it's somewhere in the
It's gonna
Pacific.
be him.
What?
It'll be him. You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, keep working. Yeah, keep working on your contribution. He said he's going to have the first draft to me in the next 2 weeks, which is awesome. So you rock, Toby. I'm a huge fan of your work so far. So if you want to like drop in and chat in the chat section, I'm totally cool with that too. Please do. My dogs are running around barking. Not barking, but just running around playing. Okay. Peter Soto says he's a huge Kurosawa fan as well as a Zatoichi fan. Me too. I love Kurosawa. I think this is kind of where it all started with me. Watching Seven Samurai. I think I watched Seven Samurai the first time because someone told me that it was out like The Magnificent Seven. And I watched a lot of like westerns when I was a kid with my grandfather and my uncles. And I loved westerns, and someone was like, "Yeah, if you haven't seen Seven Samurai, if you love The Magnificent Seven, you should see Seven Samurai." I think it was in high school or something when that happened, and I watched it. And it was like 3.5 hours. It's the first like really long movie, and it's not like a super fast movie either. I loved every minute of it, and I've been hooked ever since. So she went under the bed. Can you hear me or see me, Silvana? No, I cannot. I can see your question though, Silvana.
Yeah.
Are you in Brazil as well, Silvana? I think you were the one that told me that earlier. I'm checking. Oh, these are in order of asking. Okay. Yes, you're from Brazil. Yeah. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Dun. All right. Okay.
Cool. So are you planning on staying on until it closes?
Yeah, I'm going to stay on until it closes. So
There you
I've
go.
got 3 hours. So if people stop asking questions, I can hang out here and play some Shogun 2 Total War.
Is it the full 3 hours? What's your
It's 8:51 right now.
So,
So,
oh, yeah. I forgot I'm in Texas right now, so you're 2 hours behind me.
oh, you're in Texas.
Yeah. So I came out here
Mark
for a
Truman,
thing.
the international traveler, because every time I talk to you, you're in another state.
All of
Somewhere.
interstitial travel.
Interstitial, yeah. Interstitial.
Interstitial, yeah.
Okay,
So,
hold on.
um,
Excuse me for
I
one.
was, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be right back. I've got this little munchkin who is playing around, and he should be getting ready for bed, so I'm going to grab him and send him to his mother. He's lovely, but he should be in bed. I'll be right back. Sorry, folks. Hello,
Hello.
I'm back. So you were asking me, what were you asking me about staying on for the 3 hours?
Well, it was just it's cool. It's good, man. It's good.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I've got to get back to work on very many things. I can't stay on that long, but it's good
That's
to
fine.
check in.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
worries.
This is
Um,
this last couple of days has been very cool. I think Kickstarters are all so neat because those last few days are such a rush, like.
oh my gosh. Yeah, and I mean, I've been like buried in the Phoenix ComiCon doing all that stuff and like talking to people and promoting the game and running the game and then being up late and talking to more people about stuff
Yep.
and then like peripherally, I mean, because the Kickstarter, while it's going, it's like kind of almost a second job and dealing with that, and then but I'm at the con, and the con is like so pervasive, and it kind of almost forced me away from Kickstarter for a couple of days, mostly actually because the Wi-Fi connections and internet connections were like terrible. The cell phone service, I mean, because they said they thought they were going to have 106,000 people, and then they had even more. And I know Verizon and a bunch of places sent in like booster trucks and stuff, but it still was like nothing.
Yeah.
We walked out of the convention center today and went like a block down the street towards our where we were parked, and my phone like blew up and had like 30 messages. Suddenly like, and you're now on a new cell tower, and I was like, okay, but yeah, so it's been like that all week, and I was able to like get in and very just barely every once in a while like send a update and be like, I'm trying to do this, and then it would like an hour later tell me your message posted. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not so bad. I'm going to be at Origins this week, and we're still in the middle of the Urban Shadows Kickstarter, and that's not so bad to be at Columbus at Origins, but like Gen Con is like, I mean, it's just insane. Like, you can't do anything. Just like your phone barely works because
Yeah.
there's just so many people.
yeah, it's just it was a sea of humanity, and
See if humanity.
it really was. And the crazy thing, which was kind of cool this year actually, about the fact that the Hyatt was like the main place where everyone was booked, was because they put gaming there. Gaming became like the after hours thing everyone did, because the vendor floor closed at 6. Everyone went and ate dinner at like 6 to 7. Like games started at 7, and like right before that, just like the gaming floor flooded. It was like everyone who was staying at the Hyatt or the Sheraton or the Radisson or any of the hotels in the area were like, "What's going on over at the Hyatt? The Hyatt's the main place where everyone's hanging out."
Yeah.
And so it was like, and initially I was kind of bummed about like my hours for when they had scheduled my two main games, which were 7 to 11 p.m.
Right.
Friday
You
and
mentioned
Saturday.
that.
I was like, I didn't have any control over it, but then looking back at it, I was like, they were very smart about that, because the number of people that were around at like noon on Saturday was like a tenth of the people that were around at like 11 and 7, and like it was crazy because I remember standing there at like midnight in the Hyatt, and it being like so loud, you were still kind of like shout talking to people, because just this, and it's this huge area too, so it was just yeah.
Huh.
So people are
That's-
asking some questions here.
Oh, good.
Um,
Soon to be a Kickstarter 1,000 there. Jason Corley, who, if you don't
Jason
know,
Corley of the Tucson Corleys,
he's a,
Esquire.
Yeah, troll of the internet, right?
Right.
So to be clear, what Jason
Yes.
Corley is, right? But he's the best troll, the world's best troll. Like, we should get him like a T-shirt or something.
We love you, Jason.
But,
We see, yeah, Mark and I see Jason regularly at RinCon every year, which is a great gaming convention in Tucson, which you should all go to.
it's very good.
Even if you live in Canada or the Philippines, you should go to RinCon.
Totally.
It's the best little gaming convention in Tucson. Can't say Texas, so because it's in Tucson.
But to be fair,
yeah,
it is the best.
Jason is basically congratulating me in flowery language. That's how I'm going to put it. Thank you, Jason.
Well, the best part of it is the Kickstarter 1,000 there. I think that's the
Kickstarter 1,000 there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's all gross profit.
Yeah.
Not net.
we've got all the books already printed. We had them printed for free, and the layout's already done, all done for free, and we just need that. We're going to send them through the internets. So you're going to open an email, the book is going to fly out of your computer.
Right? In the future of 3D printers, when everyone has a desktop 3D printer that prints books.
Yeah. And then we're going to take all the money and we're going to turn it into $5 bills, and we're going to roll in it. We're just going to roll in it back and forth.
The $5 bill. Yeah, the $5 bill on my bed.
Yeah,
just the one.
Just the one. Good. Yeah, can we answer Leah's question?
Okay, I was going to say, Anders, are you talking about? Anders says we can hear you. Were you talking about some of the people that were asking if that you could hear them besides Mark and I? Let us know. Let's see, Anders is also. I'm going to ask him just like straight down in order. For watching your Kickstarter bounce around across my social media feeds for the last while, finally got off my butt and backed it. Thank you, Anders. That's lovely. Thank you very much. Let's see. So what were some of the highlights of from the Phoenix ComiCon for you? Envious here because that was my home con before life took me to Texas. Mark's in Texas right now. Seeing Nathan Fillion was huge. We got a photo with him. I shook his hand.
Oh, you did, really?
Yeah, it was like super fast, but it was still.
Good.
Yeah, we're the same height. Yeah, I think my shoulders might be slightly broader than Nathan Fillion's.
I didn't realize he was that tall.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like 6'2", 6'3". So yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I might have half an inch on him. I don't know. He's fit though. So yeah.
Oh my God. How big is Adam Baldwin?
Yeah. Huge.
Is he like
so I've seen him before. Yeah. I saw him in a crowd of people, and one of my friends was near him, and I was like, well, they're tall, and Adam Baldwin's taller. So yeah.
Yeah, 6'4".
So yeah, Nathan Fillion was a highlight. A couple other really cool things they had there. The 501st, which is Star Wars Stormtrooper group, costuming group, cosplay group. The Arizona Dune Sea Legion is brilliant. They're really good. They had a huge corner set up this year. They had a scene. They had like 6 or 7 scenes that you could take photos in. They had like a jail cell. They had a thing where you could be arrested by stormtroopers. You could take photos with Boba Fett. They had a setup. They had a full Greedo doll set up with his blaster on the table, and you could do the Han shot first shot. They had a blaster for you to hold. They had the cantina. And they had like 7 of the they had mannequins of 7 of the like big characters from the cantina scene in there, and they had a live bartender who was passing drinks to people.
That's awesome.
And yeah, it was amazing. And they have a bunch of different people walking around. So they have like Sith and Darth Vaders and good Jedi and rebels all walking around. You can take photos with them, Princess Leia's, and then they have the R2 builders group, and they had a live R2D2 going around and talking to all the children. And my son lost his mind, and he hugged R2D2. I have a video of him hugging R2D2 and telling me that.
Didn't you guys just watched this for the first time, right?
Yeah, just last week we actually watched Star Wars for the first time, and Will told us that R2D2 is his favorite superhero. So.
Oh, well, to be fair, he's a pretty awesome superhero.
He is pretty awesome. So yeah, R2D2 is pretty cool. So yeah, Will seeing R2D2, who is as tall as Will, or actually a little bit taller, I think, and come up to him and like beep at him, and then like spin around and dance, was a pretty big thing for Will today. So that was probably my highlights. Besides the role playing, I'll talk a little bit more about the game sessions because those were brilliant. Mark, let me know before you go, like when you have like 5-10 minutes before you have to go, and I will break off whatever we're doing, and I will tell you guys about our epic last game, because we literally all jumped up from the table and were shouting, and like half the game hall stopped and watched us while we were shouting. So, hi Toby! So, yeah. So those are some of my highlights, Anders, and I'm getting a ton of questions now. So let's try to get through some of these. How excited are you to see this project funded to such an extent? This is Leah. Did you expect this much of a turnout support? How did the con respond to the game? I am insanely excited. We lost Toby again. But yeah, I'm insanely excited. I didn't expect it to get this high. I know, I'm sorry, Toby, that you're having such a hard time with the internet. Yeah, I didn't expect it to get this high at all. I mean, we were talking like 6,000. Maybe if we're really lucky, we'll hit 10. And so the fact that we are at, let me see what the latest thing is. I'm going to hit F5 here. $21,094 is just amazing. That's just awesome. So I don't know how to put it. If I wasn't so exhausted, I would be jumping up and down and dancing. Yeah. So when we kicked in those couple hours, and then we hit the first couple stretch goals that first day, I was pretty overcome. So yeah, I gave a lot of hugs to people and was kind of broken up in a happy way about it. So I'm just really happy that people are so interested in my game and everything. So yeah. So that's the answer to the first question. How did the con respond to the game? They loved it. I had a whole bunch of people like coming by and watching. Like they would stop and start watching. We had a bunch of observers. I wanted to keep it to 5 people to play the game, because if we got too many, it would start getting bogged down and slow down. We wouldn't be able to finish whatever we were doing. So I tried to keep it to 5 people. I think we had 5 people in all our games except for the last one. We ended up having a couple people who had emergencies, like life emergencies, that they had to go help someone with. So we ended up with 3 players. Yeah, we had a bunch of people come and observe and watch, and people kept coming by afterwards, and we were like, that was your game that you just ran? And I'm like, yeah, and they just loved it. So it was a huge positive response to that. I had like random people coming up to me and being like, are you the World of Do guy? And I'm like, yeah. And they were like, tell me about your game. And so I give them the Kickstarter information and tell them about the game and everything. And so yeah, word got around, and that was pretty awesome. I mean, it's a huge con, so word got around to some people because it was just like such a big thing. But yeah, I mean, the gaming area, there were a lot of people in that area talking about it and whatnot. So it was great. It was super positive. I had a bunch of people that kind of obliquely knew about me, gaming community stuff, coming up to me and congratulating me about the Kickstarter and stuff and whatnot. And I think some of them have now actually backed the Kickstarter today and yesterday because they just got home from, or today I should say, because they got home from the con. So there you go, Leah.
Yeah. Yep.
And there's Adam Baldwin staying in the hotel I worked at for the Dallas ComiCon. Dude is big. Yes. Yes, he is. He is a big dude. I'm pretty big myself. I have to wear tall size shirts because if I don't, then my waistbands don't
They're really
hit
more
each
like
other.
midriff shirts.
They're everyone else's T-shirts are and regular shirts are midriff shirts for me. I have to wear talls. Or if I get like at the con, for example, I got a free T-shirt, right? Because I was on staff, because I was running games, and so they're like, "What size T-shirt do you want?" I'm like, "An XL." If it's tall, and they're like, "Nope," and I'm like, "Well, what are the lengths?" And then so it's a 3XL. So it's a ballerina, like it's like a sundress for me, because it's long enough, but it's too wide.
You look so beautiful.
I do. I have broad shoulders though too. So, I mean, I say XL, like, but it's I'm kind of maybe I'm a 2XL. I don't know. Yeah, probably from all the beanie weenies and whatnot. I'm at my dinner. How did all your games at the PCC go? They went great. They were awesome. This is from Chris James. I'm really bummed that you weren't able to join us for all of them, Chris. I had a soldier character that I thought you might like to play. When I was writing the characters, I was like, I think Chris James would like to play this character. So, yeah. They were a lot of fun. We had a good time. Sure can, Jason Corley says. Okay. Let's see. Peter Soto says, I've got a screenplay in the works set in that period. Hope to finish it off by July, August. That's awesome. More Japanese noir, samurai movies, samurai sword, Chambara films is awesome. Yes, please. Yes. I am all for this, Peter. Please do so. Get funding. Talk to people. Get it filmed. I want to see it.
Do you know of any sort of modern day, like any that have been shot and filmed recently? Because there are a lot of the things you talk about are older.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the 47 Ronin, the new one could technically work in this time period. There's a Ronin, but that's more like the traditional sort of clan stuff. Yeah. Actually, the one that recently is, I think it's not legally available in the U.S., although it might be on YouTube. They did Unforgiven, which is the Western.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's perfect. It would World of Do system, yes. And in fact, I think Ken Watanabe from The Last Samurai, which also could work for World of Do. The Last Samurai is like you would have to probably cross over a little bit with Blood and Honor to get some of the roles if you wanted them like mesh. But mostly World of Do would be Last Samurai sort of game. Memoirs of Geisha would work for that, although it's a little bit late time period. But yeah, Unforgiven is on. I think if you could find it on YouTube, or if it's available in your country, the famous Western, they remade it as a Japanese sword movie, and it's good. So I've watched, I think, the first 45 minutes of it, and then I got back to writing and making characters and for the con. And so, yeah, from what I've watched, I mean, I've also watched Unforgiven, and it's good. But yeah, they did a good job with it, so I'm excited about that. Cool. Let's see. Peter Soto says a producer asked me for it, so I don't have to worry about the funding. He does. That's awesome. That's so cool. Let's hopefully it gets funded then. Thank you for your answers. This is from Leah. Leah, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm really looking forward to playing a World of Do and looking through the sound of water. Good luck getting to the final goal. It's late early here on the East Coast, so I'm heading off. Sleep well. Have a good night. Let's see. Drew Wood asked, will we have an option to update pledges after the funding period if we want to add add-ons, or should we do that now?
Yeah, I can tackle that. So
yes,
we're going to be using BackerKit, which is a really great program for dealing with Kickstarter. So you can add more stuff afterwards, and we'll make the list of everything that's available through that. And in fact, we'll probably be able to take some pre-orders too, although those pre-orders will be much more limited than the regular pledge levels, right? So like we might just like have a pre-order for just the book, for example, and that's it, right? So we always want to make sure that the people who back us get the best deal, right? Because you all have had a lot of faith in us to put this together before there's even a book. But yeah, afterwards you can add a little extra money if you decide between now and then that you actually do want those extra dice or extra whatever.
There you go, Drew. Let's see. Silvana says, I will put my photo up, and then you will know me. Good luck. Thank you. Awesome. Silvana was from earlier about Brazil. And then Peter is asking, did you see the bands play at Comic-Con on Friday night? All my friends did. I was running the game. And then on Saturday night, they all went and saw the burlesque shows, and I was running my game. So I heard both the bands and the burlesque shows, and they had oh my gosh, they had Brian Posehn and Mike Kaplan, I think, and someone else do Comedy Mutant. They're all a bunch of geek mutants. Geek mutants.
What's a geek mutant?
Ben being tired. Geek comedians, and they did a stand-up set on Saturday night, and they supposedly killed it, and they actually had to. I think they did a second set because they were sold out, and they actually sold out. They had a small room initially for them. It sold out immediately. They doubled the size. They put them in a bigger room. That sold out, so they did it again, and I think that sold out. And so they had that, and that was huge and awesome. And I was going back early to my relatively, so it was like 11:45, going back to my hotel, and I'm walking down the sidewalk, and Jesse James of Jesse James Comics here in Arizona, and Vegas, is a big comic book store guy. He's really cool, nice guy. Was on the sidewalk taking pictures with Brian Posehn, and I'm a huge Brian Posehn fan, and I was so overcome with Brian Posehn I didn't even see Jesse James standing there, and I just was standing there and oh my god, and I was super tired as well. I'm just like, whoa, and then Jesse thanked him and left, and then Brian Posehn walked by me. I'm like, I am a huge fan. Thank you. You're awesome. And he's like, thanks, man. And then got in his cab in very typical Brian Posehn voice. But he had to leave, so I couldn't take a photo with him. But it was cool. Brush with celebrity moment.
All the celebrity.
Yeah, right.
So many celebrities.
So many celebrities that were there. There were a ton at Phoenix ComiCon this year. I can't even begin to count all of them, who they were there. Peter says, this is my company, actually, epicproportiontours.com. Okay. Do you have any plans to present World of Do at any other cons? Additionally, if it's an option, do you plan to return to Phoenix ComiCon next year? Yes. Mark and I, with the Independent Game Designers Network, yes. I'm tired. I'm getting that name correctly. We're going to be at Gen Con. I'm going to be running World of Do 4 times at Gen Con. And also, hopefully, when I'm not doing that, I'll be at the booth doing short little demos of how the game system works and kind of the concepts of it. So I'll be doing that in August, which should be super fun. And then is it October for RinCon? Do you remember, Mark?
It will be, yeah, it'll be October.
Okay, so in October, I'll be at RinCon in Tucson, Arizona, running World of Do as much as possible there as well, and hopefully playing some of Marissa Kelly's Epelion, and maybe some other awesome games that maybe Our Last Best Hope again, because it seems like I only get to play at conventions. Yeah. So that's when I'll be doing it at other cons, and I will be back to Phoenix ComiCon again next year for sure. The people that run it, the game stuff, are awesome. They're great people. They're really cool, and a couple of them are already like, yeah, come back. So I'm like, sure. Yeah. Let's see. If you haven't seen Samurai Fiction yet, I'd recommend it. It's a comedy samurai film inspired by, you know what? Someone else. This is weird. Someone else. This is one of those weird. what are the serendipitous things where, or is it serendipitous? It's where you see things like all of a sudden, like at one point, someone else mentioned samurai fiction to me today for the first time ever. So this is the second time I'm hearing about it today. If you haven't seen Samurai Fiction yet, I'd recommend it. It's a comedy samurai film inspired by Chambara films. That's the question that was asked. All right, I will check out Samurai Fiction. I'm going to open a window right now. Fiction, comedy. Cool. All right, I will check that out. Do you have any future games that you're going to write? Yes. I talked about a few already in some of the comments and some of the interviews that people asked me about. Let's see. The first one that I'd really like to do is a cyberpunk game. I'm thinking it's going to be an apocalypse world, dungeon world type hack of those systems, or that system, I should say. I have a really cool idea, I think, for how cybernetics are going to work as far as moves. They're going to be their own like little module moves that you paste onto your playbook, or tape them on, or somehow work them onto your playbook. But it's going to be cool and fun and exciting. I hope that'll work great. Then there's another game that I really want to design, but it's a big IP, and that means that I need to have pretty good credits under my belt and maybe backing of some big game design company before I approach this company and say, hey, I want to write a role-playing game for your multi-million-dollar IP. So I'm not going to talk about it too much because I don't want to muddy the waters or anything. But I have this it's a super fun game. I already know what I want to do, how to make it work, and everything. And then
a lot of games end up like that. I mean, I think I've been lucky enough to work on some IP that's through that actually
Firefly.
It has licensing and stuff, and it's really cool because you get to just say like, look, this is what we're doing. I'm playing Firefly, so that's what we're gonna do. You don't have to like dress it up and do anything different with it. But I think it is also the case. I think a lot of really great games have been designed in the spirit of, right. So I think like apocalypse world games in particular, right, like. Monster Hearts is in the spirit of Buffy, right, as a high school drama, but it's not the Buffy game. And I think it would be worse for being the Buffy game. Because, like, not being the Buffy game, it gives it options. I think, like the World of Darkness in general, like, is like, oh yeah, Wraith is like Ghost, but like the fact that it's not Ghost gives it a whole, you can just do whatever you want.
Right.
So it might be best to just go, anyway.
Yeah, yes, it's a kind of unique IP, so it would, I don't know. Yes, I will think about that. That is a good thing to think about. That I might just do that. So, yes, okay. The other game that I have an idea about writing, it would be where you play in a turn-of-the-century country that goes through major changes, where those in power are being attacked from those out of power, and see if I can try to describe something very similar to World of Do without saying World of Do. But basically, if you're a fan of Chambara films and what I mentioned earlier, Magnificent Seven being basically a spaghetti western version of the Seven Samurai. I grew up watching a lot of westerns when I was a kid, and I love westerns. And I think if we could port a World of Do ideas over into a western, that would be super fun. Because I don't think there's a storytelling western out there like that yet. And I would love to be able to have a game where you could do the high noon duel in like a storytelling mechanic and really capture the emotion of the characters in that scene. I love Western games. I like own a lot of them, but a lot of them are very specifically mechanics heavy, as far as like they're what's the term? They're like a lot of them are tactical. So when you are in that duel is taking like 2 hours in gameplay time. And reality, it should take just moments or a couple of minutes of them staring at each other on the screen. And that's what I want. I want to capture a game that has that feeling, that sort of stuff, but also all the grit and dust and dirt and awesomeness of the frontier cowboy western sort of story.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the other game I want to design. So those are the games that I want to write. Yeah. Sorry, since the question. Oh, Peter Sotos, he was talking about his company. Sorry, since the questions are answered late, it was out of context. My company put on the bands at ComiCon on Friday. Okay. Yeah. No, seriously, Peter, my friends, like, I had like 6 or 7 people who had all told me, "Hey, I might play your game," but then they were like, "No, we're gonna go see these bands." They went and saw the bands, and then they came back and were like, which is fine because I had like 6 or 7 people who wanted to play the game.
Right. Yeah.
They all came back and they were like, "Oh my God, the bands were amazing." So good job, Peter. That's really cool. So yeah.
Well done, Peter.
Yes.
That's good, man. Cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna bolt,
Okay.
getting everything wrapped up here,
Okay.
and then this will close. I will probably be asleep when it closes.
Yeah,
but it's,
that's totally fine. You're in Texas. I get it. You're
yeah, yeah,
Do you want me to tell you the quick?
yeah. Go for it.
Okay. So the last game. I'm too tired to remember the names of all the characters, so I'm gonna stay with like the
Yeah,
archetypes.
like almost like playbooks, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're almost like playbooks. They're not, but they're kissing cousins maybe. So we had a detective, we had a smuggler, and we had a gambler in our game. In the last game that we had, and in that game, it turned out that Lady Kachiko had been poisoned. She wasn't an Oyabun or anything. She was just this lady. They found out that she was a lover and in love with, and the love was returned of a gambler who was deeply in debt to lots of people. He was deeply in debt to this Oyabun named Jambaru, who the smuggler also owed a lot of money to. And the police detective came in. He knew he was actually kind of friends with the gambler and the smuggler, and he had been called in to investigate this lady's death. She'd been poisoned. Comes to find out that this kid had put something in her drink. The kid fingered this really tall, powerful built guy who had a revolver. And the players came up with the idea that it was either they knew that the only people who had revolvers at this is what they said. The only people who had revolvers were either Jambaru's Yakuza or the Aizu, who were the rulers of the city, the Tokugawa goons. So those were the 2 groups that had revolvers. So
Very
it's like
cool.
it's one of them. So
Yeah, that's a nice thing about the wager system is being able to sort of restrict things like that very very smoothly.
yeah, that was like a wager. They're like, the only people who carry revolvers are
Right.
the Tokugawa goons or the Yakuza gang, like the Yakuza gang lieutenants and leader. And so we're like, oh, so everyone thinks, and all the signs are pointing to the Yakuza gang leader, and they're all like, oh, it's him, it's totally him. And they start getting things sorted out. The smuggler is going to try to like clean out his warehouse because he thinks that the gang leader is going to try to like take him out and kill him, and not even care about the money or that he owes him. And so he clears his warehouse out, and he clears his warehouse out, and then gets a meeting with the gang leader to meet him at his warehouse to talk to him. And the gambler's there, but the gambler is worried about this whole thing because he's actually a coward. He doesn't like fighting. He doesn't like getting involved in that stuff, and he's just like, I'm just a dude. He used to be a samurai. He sold his sword and now lives as a gambler.
Oh, that's so tragic.
Yeah. So I mean, that's his whole style. And this is the woman that he was in love with, and they were drinking together at this inn, and she drank her drink and choked to death on some poison and falls over and dies, and right in front of her, and he's just like heartbroken. So and then they find out what they think why this whole thing is going on is because those revolvers came from the smuggler. He had smuggled them into the city, and so they were thinking he was being set up about this whole thing. So they have one box left in the warehouse, and the police investigator is like, okay, so this kid who was the one who actually did the deed, we have him in custody. He's going to point out the man who did it, because the kid didn't know who the man was. So they bring the kid to the warehouse, and they have him in the warehouse waiting, and they set up to meet with the Oyabun, and the Oyabun is supposed to show up, and they're all waiting there, and then they hear these boots tramping outside, and I just got a message from Ryan Macklin going, woohoo! That's right, Ryan, you're unlocked. And so so they hear boots tramping outside, and so they're like, oh, this doesn't sound like the Yakuza, and I pull a oh, or no, that we didn't have that happen. Okay, so boots come tramping outside. The police investigator goes outside. It's the Aizu, Aizu soldiers, and there's 10 of them with rifles, and then this big, broad Aizu lieutenant, and he's kind of shabby, and one of the guys is the police investigator is like describing him, saying what he knows about this guy, and he and one of the cool aspects in the game. One of the cool things in the game is that the gambler character, the Geary, the player makes a bet, a blind bet. He writes down a character's name, one of the other characters in the game. He writes down a virtue that they're going to roll, and then how many wagers they're going to make, and then folds it up and gives it to the narrator. If that player does that at any time during the game, they win that many wagers for free to use on any roll in the rest of the game. So the gambler is literally gambling in the game. While they're playing the game. And so the police investigator makes this cunning check. He makes 3 wagers, and that's the gambler's bet, was that the police investigator was going to do the specific roll, and he does it. The detective does it, and so the gambler's like, "Oh my God, he did it!" So we were all excited about that. He makes this investigation. He makes his roll, and he's describing the guy, and then with his last wager, he says, "And he's wearing a revolver." And so we're like, oh, it's this guy. So I'm playing this guy, and I'm just being gruff, and I'm like, I'm taking over the investigation. Move aside. You're just a local. These people inside are guilty. And he's like, no, they're not. They're not guilty. They're not the ones who killed her. He's like, yes, they are. I'm here to arrest them. We're taking this warehouse. Step aside. And the investigator's like, I will not do that. He puts his hand down on his sword. The guy goes and puts his hand on his sword, and then also puts his hand on his puts his right hand down like he's gonna actually moves it over to his revolver like he's gonna draw it on the police investigator, and the gambler is like, all right, I'm spending my honor, and he grabs one of the revolvers from the box and loads a couple cartridges in it and runs out, and he points at me and he's like, did you kill Kachiko? And I go to point at him, and he's like, strike! And that's one of the types of violence in the game where you can immediately initiate violence between the two people. So I'm like, okay. So the gambler loses it, and we not loses it, but in character loses it. So we both roll our dice, and they draw their guns, and they shoot at each other. He actually won the roll because he had his extra wagers, so he was able to keep extra dice in his roll. He wins the roll by two points. And so he says, with his privilege of how he's going to narrate what comes out, he says, I shoot at the Aizu and I miss. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, and I'm like, who are you going to have spend the first wager? And he's like, you are. And I'm like, okay. So I go, I gut shot you. And so he's like, oh. And I'm like, that's a rank 5 injury, and you're down. And so he's like, well, I can spend the last honor point to be okay. And I'm like, yeah, you can do that for a round, and you can spend ninja, and yeah. So he's like, okay, so he's gonna spend, and he's like, okay, I'm gut shot, but we're gonna spend our last wagers. And he says, for my second wager, I shoot him in the heart, dead. And I'm like, he's dead. And then for my wager, I'm like, all the soldiers there have drawn their rifles, and they're gonna shoot you guys. And he has one wager left, one of his 3 wagers that he had won, and he goes, he's like, I jump in front of them as they fire, and they riddle my body with bullets, and I fall back into the arms of the detective. And on my bloody lips as I die, I say, "Kachiko," and it ends. And that's the end of the game.
So tragic.
And I mean, and we're just like, "Oh my God, that's the perfect end of the game!" And we all leapt up, and everyone's yelling and shouting and cheering, and the people that were watching the game were like, "Oh my God!" And yeah. So that's the end of the. So that was our session.
That's great.
Yeah.
This is great. Very cool.
Yeah. So, okay. There you
Good.
go.
I love that he missed first, and yeah, that's great.
I know that he chose that, and I mean, and he's never played.
He just thought it would fit.
Yeah, any of that stuff. He like, but he picked it up like pretty quick. He was like, we had some rolls earlier in the session. He's like, "Oh, I can fail," and I'm like, "Yes, you can, whenever you want." He's like, "Well, this is a gambler, and he fails a lot."
Yeah.
So I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, you appear to have played this game before, good sir.
Yeah, and I was like, "Okay, yes, he probably does." And then he's like, he's a lover. He's not a fighter. I'm like, "Okay." So when he made that declaration, and I mean, because I've had people play the game and they'll be like, they always want to win, and that's cool. That's awesome, you know. But this was like really embracing the noir aspect of the game, where he's like, "I miss," and then he has that tragic death right there in the arms of his friend, and he dies to save his friend because the smuggler and the police detective are standing there, and they're all about to get shot by these soldiers, and the soldiers are just devastated, like, what have they done? So it was great. It was epic.
Very cool.
So have a good night.
Good. Yeah, and good luck. And it's there's just a little bit further to potentially, right, get the get all the way to
23.
23, yeah. So we'll see.
We're 21.
But I mean, even so, we're 21. I mean, even so, at this point, man, like, this is incredible. Good stuff.
Yes.
So we'll talk more this week.
Yes, totally. All right. Have a great night.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
Sleep well.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Let's see. Do we have any more chats or Q&As? Oh, Peter earlier said he was logging off. He was going as well. Good night, Peter. You're welcome. And thank you. Your bands were awesome, even though I didn't get to see them. This is what all my friends told me. So, all right. Let's see. We have a couple of viewers here still. And we're at 21,229. So we're getting close to some. Let's see. We're getting close to some of the thing. Let's see how much is that? I'm tired. I'm going to do math on my calculator. $17,071 with a couple hours to go. 2.5 hours. So we might just do it. We'll see. Oh, we got a comment on the page. So, as a fellow entrepreneur, I really want to use 60 pull off. Ramsey Vincent made a comment saying that the game looks slick and he loved the character environment. As a fellow entrepreneur, he really wants the game to succeed. Good luck, and I'm glad I could help. Thank you, Ramsey. You're awesome. We officially have over 500 backers as well, which is amazing. It gives you a backer report of like how many people have officially like backed you, and then also how many backed and then like dropped out and stuff. But yeah, Kieran Sparksman is the backer, and I'm going to thank him. And yeah, let's see. So let me say this. I'm going to ask Toby if he wants to come chat a little bit. It looks like later tonight, in about an hour or so, we might have Fabian Badia come join us. He's one of the artists. So that should be cool. I'll talk to him a little bit. Ryan Macklin, like I said earlier, sent me a woohoo. Actually, just a giant woo. Woo! He's super excited, obviously, so that's great. And my Facebook is getting flooded with notifications. So, yeah. Da, da, da. So yeah. I'm going to thank a couple of people here. People as in, I'm going to be thanking some backers here while I hang out here. If you guys have any questions, hit me up with questions. Oh, look, I got questions already. I went away for like 5 seconds to look at stuff, and I already got questions. Okay, let's see. Brian Edmonds says, 21,229 so far. Holy crap, man. I can't wait to see the finished product. Also, sorry we missed you today. We were looking forward to catching up with you. Didn't anticipate how insane the Sunday crowd would be. I know. The Sunday crowd today at Phoenix ComiCon was like the Saturday crowd at Phoenix ComiCon last year. Which, yeah, Saturday, I'm actually glad I didn't really spend any time in the con hall at all because people were telling me that they, like at San Diego Comic-Con and some of the other really big cons, that they like were blocking, they were at capacity and like not letting people into the hall at certain points. They were like, no, we're at capacity, you need to hold off. When people come out, you can come in, sort of stuff. So I totally understand, and then today, they weren't doing that today, but it was super busy. There were lots of people everywhere. So the fact that we didn't see each other, the fact that I saw anyone that I knew today was like just pure chance, like needles in haystacks, like needles, like tiny needles in an ocean of haystacks. So, but yeah, I'm glad you had a good time at the convention. It was a lot of fun for everyone. So, yeah. Let's see, Chris W. says, hey, not sure if this was answered before I noticed that you're going to Gen Con. It seems to coincide with your delivery date. Would we have the option to pick up our goods and meet you there? Yes. If we get the books produced and out by the time of Gen Con, knock on wood, which we're hoping to have done, then in the backer report that we're doing that Mark talked about earlier, you can have the option of saying, I want my book and my rewards delivered to me at Gen Con. So we're going to have that available. They will be at the IGDN booth, which I won't be at a lot, but I will be running my games. So I'll either be at the booth or running games during the times when the con floor is live. So yeah, I know they're not going to let us run games or run demos like non-stop because we only have so much space, and so we're going to have to let everyone run demos and stuff, but I'll be there as much as possible. If I have to carve out a corner somewhere and have people come over and say hi to me, I totally will, so you guys can do that. So my lovely wife back there. So hold on one second. Hold on one second. My wife is asking me a question. I will be right back, guys. Hi. Okay, hi. Sorry, back. Toby's still trying to get on. Hangouts is stuttering on his end. I'm really sorry, Toby. I wish we could get you on. It would be awesome to talk. I'm really bummed about that. I don't know if it's the internet on your end or if it's like just the fact that we're having to go across the sea cable and Hangouts isn't like the highest streaming. I mean, it's great for local, but I've seen issues where, because I was talking to some guys in Canada on the East Coast and we were having a little bit of stuttering and lag stuff then, and I don't think that was them or our internet. I think it's just the distances involved sometimes. We have to pick up the goods there. So yes, Chris W., you will be able to pick up goods at Gen Con if we have the books out by that point. Yes, I fully intend on that being an option because that would be awesome, and I will be signing for you guys if you want me to sign or not if you don't want me to. But yeah, so yes. Let's see, Chris James, do you ever consider working on a narrative game based on requests? Narrative game based on requests, like if someone wanted to like hire me to write a game based on something that they like an idea that they had, yeah, I could do something like that. I think I know a number of game designers who have done stuff like that, and I think I'd have to like definitely fit it into my schedule somewhere. As far as gaming, I'm not the fastest producer. I like to produce. I like quality when I produce. So that means I'm not as fast as some people. Also, I'm kind of a noob at this, but also I technically am. But then also, so I'm not the best as like writing quickly as some people can do and write well and quickly. Plus, I also have a family, as you've noticed, and then a day job, which is a family business, not my dad, and it's a lot of work doing that. So this is my evening job that I do when I do writing and stuff. So what I'm doing right now is hanging out with you guys, but if I was like producing a new game right now, I would be typing and writing and stuff. Or I'd be spending time with my family, which means I don't get to do this all the time, so that makes my output slower, so I'd have to definitely schedule it. So I have to be strong on my scheduling and stuff. So, but yes, I would be interested in doing something like that. If you want to ask me, go ahead. You can ask me here, or if you want to, we can talk in chat or somewhere else. So let me know. I'm asking Toby if he can chat in the on-air chat, on-air group chat. That way, my people can see that, I think. See if I can write myself correctly. Okay. Let's see what else is going on. Guy Allen on Facebook asked me, can I extend the deadline? Seems like the flow of money would continue, I mean. I can't extend the deadline. Doesn't let you. Kickstarter also kind of works on like a interesting curve where it has a quick jump at the start for most Kickstarters. Like this is like the typical curve where it jumps up, and then it's kind of a shallow slope for a long part of your campaign. At the end, it kind of jumps up again because Kickstarter itself promotes your campaign, and then they also have ways of like people get notifications like it's 48 hours, 24 hours, and people like to follow the stuff before they back it, and they want to see where it's at. And so you get a lot of people at the end backing it, making sure that they're in. So if Kickstarter let us continue, then it would just kind of trickle. The other thing, the reason why they don't want to do that is because if it's not going to hit its goal, then it's kind of not going to. It's not going to. Maybe the project wasn't good enough or something. So that's why Kickstarter doesn't do that, and I understand why. I'm sorry, Alan. So, but we're using the backer project. We'll have that, and then we'll also have. We should have books available through friendly local game stores and online. Drive-through RPG, I believe, will be offering PDFs, and I might be doing print on demand. I have to figure out if I'm going to have funds for that or whatnot. We shall see. And I should have some copies available, not only for backers, but for general sale at Gen Con. So yeah. Wow, we have a lot of people in this Hangout. Hello, people. Welcome. Wow, okay. Okay. Someone asked me if I'd be willing to sign the book if they got it at the game store at Imperial Outpost Games. Yes, I would be very happy to sign it. I love Imperial Outpost Games, and Darren Johnson, he is the best game store owner I've ever met. I've met a lot of great game store owners. I've met a lot of great game stores. Imperial Outpost is my home away from home, and I love it there. So you guys rock. So yeah. Someone also mentioned that I'm fielding game questions about the game right now. And a friend of mine had her 21st birthday today, so congratulations. And I'm just checking all the messages that I got left before I answer if there's any more questions. There are not any questions right now. Let's see, what else? Oh, Jason Corley, yes. Uh, I mentioned earlier one of the highlights of Phoenix ComiCon for me was I don't know if I did mention this actually. There's a Lego group, an Arizona Lego group, the builders group, who had a corner that was probably a good 10 yards by 10 yards, or maybe even 15 or by 10 or 20 by 10, big rectangle area that was kind of open in some areas in the middle, but it was nothing but Legos, and they had all these different sets of Legos, and they had a whole bunch of trains running. They had like 8 different trains, and I think like 5 different tracks. But then they had all these different scenes that they had set up. They had like a cityscape. There was a Godzilla, and there was Batman everywhere, like little Batman, Batmobiles, all over the different sections that were hidden. They had a town. They had some really cool architectural pieces. Arizona architecture, like famous Arizona places, like the Symphony Hall that they had built. And then they had the Arizona Castle, which is this funky old building that's been around for a long time, that's unique, that someone had built. And then they had the Battle of Hoth from Empire Strikes Back, and that was definitely one of the highlights. I saw it on Thursday when I got there, and then also a little bit on Friday, and then I saw it again today. And what I didn't know was that each day they were changing what was going on. Oh, they also had a river with a waterfall and like rapids that they had built, in this huge trestle bridge, and then all these people playing in the river, in the lake down below, and like a cave that they had built, which trains were going like through. They had an Evel Knievel jumping the canyon, the big ravine, and a guy going down the rapids over the waterfall. But the cool thing was that they were changing it every day. So, and I didn't notice that. Like, I went through really quickly and saw it kind of like on Thursday, but I was on a mission to go talk to someone. I was like, that's really cool. I have to come back and see it. So Friday, when I had a little bit of time, when they were like, yeah, we're not going to have time for you. We don't have a table or time slot available for you to do a noon game on Friday, because I was trying to get an extra game in. I was like, okay, I'm going to go with my buddy Eric, and we're going to go walk the floor of the con. So we did, and we saw all this stuff. And so, for example, the most obvious one that changed was the Battle of Hoth. So on Friday we see it. All the soldiers are lining up, and they're all marching out to, like, all the rebels are marching out to like their positions, or running out to the positions, getting ready to attack. And the AT-ATs, one of the AT-ATs has moved forward, and the other ones are standing there in the back, and the stormtroopers are marching with the AT-AT. You get there today, so it's 2 days later, and we look, and one of that one in the AT-AT, all the AT-ATs have moved forward. The rebels have fought a whole bunch. One of the AT-ATs has been destroyed. It's down on the ground. It's blown open. Like, the pieces have been like moved around. They've like done an explosion, and the rebels all over there. A bunch of them are dead. Stormtroopers are breaking into the base. Darth Vader's out there with his lightsaber cutting soldiers down, rebels down, and there's even I think another Dark Jedi they had in there. They had a bunch of little quirky, like, haha, notice these little things, moments going on in there, and all the different things and whatnot. They had the generators that were destroyed, whatnot, and so that was cool. Oh, and one of the other things that was fun is that they had this really cute pass out. Was they had this really cute Mexican village, or I should say Hispanic village, because I think it was supposed to be a place in Arizona, but so maybe it was like during when Arizona was part of Spain. It was during the 1800s is the time period, and so all these local people are walking around and doing their cool little things, and it changed. Like, they changed what the people were doing, and they had like a little wagon train coming through, and that had moved, and whatnot. And it was all this like cool little Western scene. And then off on the side, they had all these guys wearing these like shiny black round helmets and suits, and they're pulling these big giant combs through the sand. I was like, wait a second, what are they doing here? And I was like, they're combing the desert. And they made a little Spaceballs reference. It was great. So yeah, that was like the quirky little things that they were doing like off to the sides. But the buildings and the builds that they were doing, they had a running a little fair that they had like set up in like the parking lot in the town, in the city section that was like one big corner, and they had one of those little whirligig things where you're like, you sit in a seat and you're with like opposite up 3 other people and you're spinning around, and then the whole thing is spinning around. They had one of those that they had built and it was running. And I know that Lego is doing something, like they have one of their own that they're doing now, but this was like, you could tell they had done this before, and it was their own little design thing. And then they had like a bunch of other little things that they had going on that was cool. This really tall skyscraper that was taller than me, and I'm 6'3", so it was really cool. Right, let's see. What else? Sarah did amazing. I know you put your heart and soul into it. Congrats. It's a lot of work ahead for you, but the biggest variables have been secured. You're funded, hit amazing goals, and you're going to provide an amazing book game in gaming history. Thank you very much, Dan. I'm super excited about this. And it just, yeah. So thank you, everyone. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yes, there was a after convention pool party that a bunch of my friends went to. But I'm here with you guys, so they're having a relaxing time at the pool, which is probably very well deserved because so many of my friends worked really hard at this convention. They really deserve being able to relax afterwards. If I don't know, you probably can't tell because you don't hear me talk normally, but I'm very hoarse, and that's because, and I'm only this hoarse because I've been trying to conserve my throat as much as possible. I actually got really bad food poisoning Thursday morning. Wednesday night I went to bed early because I got everything done ready, and I went to bed. I'm like, I'm gonna get extra sleep so I can be ready, and because I've got this whole thing I'm gonna do on Sunday night, and I go to bed, and about 4 in the morning I wake up and I'm miserably sick, and it was food poisoning. It wasn't like flu or anything. I had had some bad hot wings, and that happens, but it rarely, fortunately, but it happened, and I was just, it was terrible. And so I already had kind of a bad voice, and so all this weekend it's a lot of tea, a lot of honey, you know, keeping my voice, trying to keep my voice so I don't lose it when I'm trying to run games. And I'm here right now, and my voice is still pretty hoarse. So congrats on to everyone for running a very successful convention. So yeah. Dun, da, 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 da. We're reading Ryan Macklin's Fate. Yes, we are. It's awesome. People added me to my circles. Okay. Samurai Fiction. Yes, that's that. Okay. And I've still got more notifications. People are telling me things. Oh, people are sharing my post. Okay. All right. Oh, this is someone linked me to a review about the game in the interview that I had with a guy from Belgium. It looks like I have a guy that would be interested in doing a traveler conversion for the game. That would be really awesome if we could do that. So yeah. John Kennedy was thinking about joining the call, but he can't because he just got off a plane. He's been traveling all day. I keep getting his messages. When I got out of the convention today, I got a bunch of messages or notices from John with his status update. He's been flying all over the country today. So that's okay. Too bad. But I totally understand. Um, okay. Yeah. A gentleman named Alexander said he's delighted to go, but he has to go up early. He's got something big going on for him. Okay. Uh, yeah, Toby's still having a hard time trying to get on. I don't think he's going to be able to make it, unfortunately. So. Fabian and Jennifer Todd might join us. Soonish. So we'll see about that. Let me check to see if anyone's giving me more questions. No questions yet. Okay. Still some viewers. Hello, viewers. I'm going to have some water. That was actually Dr. Pepper. 21,334. That's awesome. Yeah, cool. Four Oyobun now. We have one Daimyo, 20 the Samurai, 32 Sumo, which is awesome. 15 Goes, 3 merchant retailers. I thank all 3 of you very much. You guys are the backbone of our community. 28 Gamblers, 192 Ronin. It's a lot of you guys. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have a packing party to get all the books out to you guys when all those books come in. And 212 Yakuza. You guys are also very awesome. Thank you. I'm going to be sitting here one day, probably for a couple hours, one day, just entering emails to send you guys all the stuff. I think we're going to try to do fulfillment through drive-through. So what you'll probably be getting is a notice that you have a coupon for a free PDF of World of Dew and Blood Honor when we get to that point. Once the book gets laid out in its PDF print view. So, yeah. Some of my friends did some amazing cosplays at Phoenix ComiCon. They're all posting pictures right now. Yes, okay. Okay. $16,000 before until we get we might I don't know, we'll see. If we get a couple samurai, we might be able to get that 23. That would be really awesome if we can get Jim Pinto in. Don't tell Jim Pinto if he's, and Jim, don't listen to this if you're watching, but I might just if you have any more, I might just get him in the book anyways. Pay him out of some of my. We were talking about this earlier about my many dollars profit. I'm not. Our budget was specifically aimed not to make a lot of personal net profit for me, mostly to get this book out at a good price for everyone, so that people could really enjoy this game at a reasonable price and have some awesome rewards for people. So, yeah. Galen Teschendorf, which is an awesome name, Teschendorf. Backed. That's awesome. Thank you, Galen. And Todd backed. It's a lovely picture, Todd. It really is. It's a very nice picture that Todd has. The lovely lady. And Catherine. Hey, Catherine. You're probably not on here, but you just backed. Maybe you are. Catherine just backed my game. And I don't know Catherine, but she lives where my best friend lived for a long time. He moved to Florida when we were in high school, and she lives where he moved to. So that's awesome. I've been to your town a bunch, Catherine. So yeah. Anders. Thank you, Anders. You're in Texas as well, so it must be pretty late for you. So thank you for backing at this late hour for you. That's an excellent name, too. I like Anders. Strong name. Robert. Hey, thank you, Robert. I think Robert might be related to someone I know. I don't know. My back name. Ah! It's a Draconet. That's an excellent name. I may know this person, actually. Rick. Ah, it's crazy like how small the world is. This gentleman, Rick, who just backed me from Oklahoma, lives in the same town that one of my aunts, one of my great aunts, I should say. Might be my only remaining great aunt. Nope, there are more. Sorry, aunts. One of my great aunts lives in. That's cool. And I'm getting messages, I think. Let's check. Hello. Hello, Dennis Wynn. Greetings. How are you? There is a group chat. I don't know if you can join that or not. If you want. Let's see if there's options for that. We have 57 people there. Ah. Haha. Dennis is being silly. When do I get a custom signed edition with your centerfold? When you finish medical school, Dennis, I will send you a custom signed edition of the game. No, when it's done, and if you want to back it, yes. Or, yeah, we'll talk, Dennis. Dennis is an old friend of mine. We've known each other for quite a number of years. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to report that a kaiju has backed my game. I think that's a pretty good indication of awesomeness. So I have a backer named Kaiju that just backed my game, like just now, and that's badass. So, and thank you, Brandon, from New Jersey. I've never been to New Jersey. I've heard very nice things about New Jersey. Also, I've heard, everyone's heard bad things too, but I've actually heard nice things about New Jersey too. So, Kaiju is from Indianapolis. I will be in Indianapolis for Gen Con, so maybe I'll meet you there. Please do not step on me. All right, let's see. Left. Okay. 21. Okay, cool. Check the dashboard. Wow. Yeah, it's been pretty big. We had one negative day in the whole thing, but so far it's been really awesome. That was a day when someone got sick and they had to cancel their pledge. They were very nice about that. So ultimately, I mean, it's bad for them, but I understand why. I'm not going to complain. We did have some backers directly from RyanMacklin.com, so thank you again, Ryan Macklin. Um, let's see. I've had a lot of people increase their pledges today, which is really awesome. So thank you, everyone. Let's see what else. What else is going on? Ah. Oh, I have a gambler. Yes, Dennis backed me as a gambler. Excellent. Awesome. Thank you, Dennis. That's really cool. Well, very funny, yes. There's a lot of actual cool art that will be in the book. If you're not aware, you should be. The Library of Congress has 2,600 free. I'm going to put the link to that right now. Open public domain prints. I'm going to actually go to the catalog directly, where you can start searching from pre-1915. Japanese woodblock prints and drawings dating from the 17th to the 20th centuries by such artists as Hiroshige, Kuniyoshi, Sadehide, and Yoshiku. Subjects include actors, women's, landscapes, scenes from Japanese literature and daily life, and Western foreigners. Many schools and traditions are represented, but primary strengths include the Japanese art forms known as ukiyo-e. I'm sorry, that's a terrible pronunciation of it, but I'm very tired, I'm sorry. Translated as pictures of the floating or sorrowful world, and Yokohama, the pictures of Yokohama. The Library of Congress appreciates the financial support provided by the Nikihu Bunken International Research Center for Japanese Studies, Inter-University Research Institute Corporation, and Kodak Film to scan over several thousand of these. So they're amazing. They're high definition TIFFs. It's gorgeous. I'm going to link this in the Hangout real quick. Here in the Hangout and also in here. So if you can find that there you go. That's the best centerfold you're going to get of me, Dennis. Dennis, by the way, is studying to be a doctor. He's going to be a brilliant doctor. He was already a brilliant Special Forces medic for many years before. So, and I've known him for many years, so I know he's going to be great at this. Actually, because of knowing him and how talking to him, and I've had a bad experience with medicine, so I try to avoid it a lot. But reading about it and understanding how medicine works, I decided I wanted to get away from the old standard fantasy trope of doctors rolling and making a dice roll and healing you of all your damage and you're instantly okay. So we're actually going to a more realistic healing system where you can like take a little bit of healing and you're a little bit better, but then you have to spend time just healing because this is noir. This is not like you're going to get better immediately. None of that. Does Harry Dresden or Sano Ichiro or any of the samurai or any of the Ronin and the Seven Samurai immediately get better when they're injured? No, they don't. It takes time. If they survive, if someone survives to have a sequel, are they immediately okay? Maybe by the sequel, but maybe not even by the end of the movie. So there we go. Toby Abad is in the group chat. He just introduced himself. He's working on the World of Shadows, contribution to The Sound of Water. It's the first chapter in The Sound of Water. I'm going to start talking with Mend, is what Dennis says here real quick. Did I say something wrong medically? Probably. I think that's what he was referring to. So I'm going to start talking a little bit about what Toby's saying. So he just introduced himself here on the chat that I have going on over here. I think you can find that chat as well. There's 57, 58 people in there right now. I'm asking Toby if he can tell us a bit about what the world of shadows is going to be about. So you have back to tanks for Luke? No back to tanks. We have Western trained surgeons, and we have traditional Chinese apothecary medicine, which I think Dennis will appreciate as well, because Dennison is a big fan of the martial arts and Chinese medicine and all that holistic healing, as well, because he spent a number of years in Taiwan learning martial arts and being awesome and whatnot. Dennis is the person I mentioned earlier that is a polymath of languages. He's a polyglot, I think is the term, actually. Polymath means you know a lot of subjects, but Dennis knows a lot of languages, and one of them is, or several of them are various Chinese languages and dialects. So, no Bacta tanks. You can make great poisons, or you can have poultices and different things in the traditional Chinese methods of healing, or you can do some surgery if you're a Western trained doctor in World of Do, and you can like stitch them up a little bit. And the big new thing that we've added is infection. So if you haven't had your wounds treated at all, if you haven't had your injuries treated at all for a couple sessions, or even if you haven't had them treated for a couple sessions, they get infected and they get worse, and then they will kill you. So you're welcome. Dennis says he really wanted back to tanks. Well, when I make the Star Wars role-playing game, they already have one. They actually have a bunch of them. That's not the one I'm interested in writing, but I mean, Star Wars is cool and awesome and fun. Don't get me wrong, huge Star Wars fan. Yes, we will put back to tanks in the Star Wars role-playing game, Dennis. Brian is saying he has not seen the chat. Where would you find this? I think it's set up a separate chat. It's a Hangout here. It's in Hangouts. I'm trying to find a link for it. Some Hangouts on air. Hold on. That's not. Oh, you know what? I can invite more people. It's in Google. It's in Google Plus, Brian. So Brian is asking where he's not seeing the physical type chat that's going on. It's a Hangout that we have going on. I invited a whole bunch of people to it. He's asking where he'd find it. Brian, if you can get in Google, send me either here or in the group chat. In the Hangout section, there's the on-air section here, this thing here. There should be a chat option. That's not it. It's somehow separate for some reason. If you want to go there, or send me a personal email. I think you have my personal email. Then I will try to send you a connection to that group thing. Yes, definitely not a natural 20 on leeches and maggots. That's not the sort of thing we've got going on in this game. All right. Toby is telling us about the World of Shadows. The World of Shadows will be a toolkit add-on in which groups can use to add supernatural threats and oddities to their World of Do games. The contribution will be adapting elements of John Wick's Orc creation system and be adding some new touches on how the monsters can have an appropriate cultural touch. I'm telling them this is cool. and then I'm going to ask him some more specific questions. I'll tell you in a second when I finish typing them. Let's see. Asked him if there are going to be any specific monsters that he writes up in the chapter. Or supernatural creatures or abilities. Okay. Just to let you guys know, real quick, we made KickTrack's Hot 25 list today, which is pretty awesome. So that's pretty awesome. I think that helped us a little bit. Okay, so we have another thing. He says, while the majority will be a toolkit in nature, I will be including a few sample monstrosities ready to be thrown into any campaign, which is excellent. I'm asking, ooh, which ones? Or is that a secret? Okay. Says saying he can't find the group chat. Okay, I'm going to try to figure out a way to get that linked, and then I will get that sorted for everyone, because yeah, this is bothersome that people can't find it. Ah! Here we go, adding people. Toby answered us that there's an expectation that many will be looking for the Oni. So I'm sorry I'm being a little quiet at the moment. I'm trying to add a couple of people in here into the group chat. If you want to be added into the group chat, let me know. Here, there we go. I'm adding a couple of people in here. There we go. Bam. Added. There you go. He mentioned that the expectation that many will be looking for the Oni. Let me read something here. Let's see. What about supernatural oddities and other things is what I asked him. So let's see. Dennis just asked to be added to the group hangout, and I just did. Yes. Are you in there, Dennis? I think you are. Dennis is in, yes. Toby just said, and of course I want to find a way to have the Onryo in it. An Onryo is a Yurei, a ghost with a vengeful streak. Think of movies like Ringu, or in America, I should say in English. Actually, yes, we should be calling it Ringu, but they renamed, when they remade the movies, The Ring, which weren't as good as the originals. The originals were, holy, I had nightmares. Ju-on, or The Grudge, so vengeful ghosts, yes. After all, sometimes victims of violence don't stay dead. They get revenge. Exactly. So, yes, supernatural horror, darkness, and oddities are going to be in the game. Perfect. Those are expansions for the game. Perfect for noir settings. So, yes. We're at $21,384 with 98 minutes to go. All right. And hopefully, if pages permit, Toby will be squeezing in some ideas on how each virtues can be utilized against the supernatural threats. After all, we wouldn't want only those with wisdom to have an edge against the supernatural, after all. Of course. Perfect.
Hello.
Hey, it's Fabian. Hello, Fabian.
How are you?
Great. Hey, and we also have, who is this? Jen. Ah, Jen. Hello, Jen.
It's not Jennifer.
It's dark, and so I keep seeing just this, like, it's a Yori, it's a Gaki, it's a hungry ghost.
Oh shit.
Toby was in the Hangout chat just talking about, let's see if I make sure you guys are in there. I think you're already in there. Jen's not. About his expansion that you're doing art for. It's A World of Shadows, and he was talking about how one of the things he's going to kind of make it a toolkit, sort of like the orcs are a toolkit in House of the Blooded. So they'll have all these different aspects and things that you can add and build your own Japanese monster with, like an Oni, basically. So the Oni toolkit, sort of, but then other supernatural oddities and whatnot. And he wants to be able to write in maybe some specific monsters as well, and one of them being the I missed it. He mentioned that he would have Kappa. I missed that whole thing for some reason. But he wanted to have the Onryo, the Yurei, the vengeful ghosts, like from Ringu or the Grudge. Have them be them, be something that would be in the thing. So yeah. So woot. So, hello.
Yay! I'm so happy for you, Ben.
Thank you. I'm running on fumes right now.
Obviously, I'm happy to be a part of it.
I'm so glad that you're a part of it. I know a lot of people know that you're doing the chapter art for the first chapter in The Sound of Water, but I don't think they know that you also did the Mon logo for World of Dew, which is awesome. So thank you, Fabian, for that. That's really excellent. Oh, yep, there it is. There's the Mon. Did we just lose me?
Lose you? No.
Oh, there's my video back. That was weird. It went to my video for a second. I mean, it just went to my icon for a second.
Oh.
So that's interesting. Yeah, see, it's going to my icon again. That's strange. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
What's your timeline, by the way? When do you need all the stuff by? Because I'm gonna, now that ComiCon is done, I can start seriously working on it.
Right. Well, The Sound of Water isn't planned to come out until just before Christmas.
Okay.
So we're looking at, I mean, and you're not the only person that's already asking. And then some of the people started working on it. Crazy, awesome people who, I mean, well, Tony Parker does that full time. So he's like, yes, I am almost done with your print. And I'm like, because I was talking to him today, and I was like, dude, you didn't even have to start working on it yet. So yeah, that's pretty awesome that he was that he's already gotten to that point in the process. But yeah, so but we're thinking the end of August for times for when everyone needs to have stuff finalized and in, so we can start putting it all together. So then we can get that off to the printer and whatnot. So Jessica Casput is probably doesn't know this, but I'm gonna sit on her shoulder a little bit and learn how she does her process with InDesign, so that I don't put this whole other book on her to do layout. So I'm gonna probably end up doing the layout, because most people don't know this. What was that?
If you guys get together to do that, I wouldn't mind sitting in on it as well.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be awesome. So.
And Jennifer says she'll do volunteer work, anything you need, pretty much. So.
Thumbs up. That's awesome. Yes. Let me tell the people that are in the chat real quick that you're on, because we just started talking and I want to make sure.
Well, where's the chat? Am I not seeing?
There's like a hangout. Let me make sure that are you in here?
Yeah. Okay, I see it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm telling here, Toby, about the chapter you are writing.
Are you going to go to? Okay. Just by text. Yeah.
I just said I just said to Toby just said thank you, Ben, for the opportunity, and I said thank you.
I see that.
Fabian just joined us. I'm just sharing this with everyone who isn't in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I said Fabian just joined us on air. I'm super excited about the chapter you're writing for us in the book, Toby, and I can't wait to play in a Toby Bob RPG someday. So try Toby. Get on that. I want to play one of your games because I like your writing a lot. I think you have some brilliant ideas too.
Actually, is Toby in the chat, and can he hear me right now?
I don't know. Let me ask him. He was having problems with the streaming earlier because he was going to try to stream with us, but he's having local problems, I guess, with his internet. So let me see really quickly.
Okay. If not, I'll just type it in the chat. But.
Okay. Can you hear the on air? So we broke 21,000 already.
Nice.
Yeah. For those of you, Dennis says, Tanya says, congrats, Ben. We look forward to playing it, which is excellent. Dennis's wife. She's a lovely lady. I think Jen is making noises in the background there.
Yeah, she's commenting on what you're saying.
Oh, all I'm hearing is like strange, like, and it's going to be fun. I'm like, are there fish people? Are there fish people at your house, Fabian?
So, Ben, let me tell you, most of the time when she's talking, that's all I hear too. So.
That's terrible. I'm sorry, Jen. Jen is a lovely lady.
Oh, she's laughing.
Because of my blue hair, I sound like a fish person.
She says because of her blue hair, she sounds like a fish person.
Toby just sent me a chat directly that said that he's still watching the on air, so we can hear what you're saying.
Okay, great. Well, Toby, I was just going to post it, but I wanted to say you've inspired me to run Lacuna for my group because your tag sessions are pretty awesome and inspiring. So I want to mention that since I have you on here right now.
Oh, he's saying he can't hear it actually right
Okay,
now.
well, I'll just type it.
Okay. He's having net problems.
Oh, that sucks.
I was having net problems all weekend. I understand. At the convention, I wanted to live cast the game so bad. I was so bummed with that. There was just not enough bandwidth for the
Oh,
number of
really?
people that they had
Yeah,
at the Hyatt or anywhere.
pretty crappy Wi-Fi.
Well, they even allowed you to like pay for a upgraded Wi-Fi, and even that, because I borrowed someone's for like a second just to test before I wanted to pay for it myself, because I was gonna pay for someone that was staying at the Hyatt to borrow their and like pay them, and then there was another person who already had the high stream because they were gonna let their kid stream it, and I tried and it was crap. So, yeah. Dennis can hear us, yes. Dennis, you've been into Taiwan. I don't know if you've ever been to the Philippines. Have you been to the Philippines, Dennis? Um, Toby's in the Philippines. He's in Manila right now. So that's I think maybe part of the problem why we're having lag issue. Toby's having lag issues watching this. Um, so yes. And Fabian just told Toby that he's going to run some Lacuna because of the tag sessions. So Toby writes a blog called Tag Sessions. I'm going to get that up here. What's it? Oh, the Doodle Google 4000 2014. They have that up there right now. Here we go. For those of you who are interested in Toby Abad's tag sessions, here's a link to them. They're awesome. You should read them all. So, ooh, after the rain, it's a House of the Blooded. I love the little pictures he puts in too. I don't know if Sean's read any of these yet or not, but he should because I think he would love all of them. So, yeah.
Yeah, Ben, you're forbidden to read any of the Lacuna stuff.
I may or may not have already read some.
I understand. Don't read it anymore.
Okay.
Unlearn what
Yeah,
you're doing.
and I know, Jared, I've read Lacuna, so.
Yeah, I figured. So you've read past the Deep Blue, I'm assuming.
I think so.
Just don't try to remember. It's okay.
I read it before Houses of the Blooded was printed, so.
You read it a long time ago. Excellent.
Yes, so it could all be new to me. All right. All right. Good night, Dennis. Enjoy teaching in the morning. That'll be excellent. Sleep well.
Later.
It's awesome. Dennis is going to sleep because it's super late where he's at, and so are other people. And Toby just got up because it was the morning. He got the message from me. He's like, I just got up. I'm going to go shower and try to get on. So. So, yeah. Okay. So, Fabian.
Yes, that's me.
Yes. Tell us about. Tell us about.
What would you like to know about, Ben?
My brain is turning to mush. Tell me about your art a little bit. Can you tell us about some of your inspirations, and then maybe also a little bit about? Do you have an idea yet for what you want to do for your art for the
I
for the
have
chapter header, or
right now I have too many ideas, so I'm probably going to end up doing a few thumbnails, trying to see what will match the art that we've selected for the book, and then pretty much decide from there. Well, you and I will narrow down one of the choices, one of the thumbnails, and then yeah, it'll look a lot like that, like a sunshine right there. It'll be a happy sumo with the typical Japanese background, We'll have
Rising Sun.
happy dragonflies.
Yes, Happy Dragonfly.
Lots of happy dragon. Ponies and unicorns. I mean, that's kind of...
Right, because supernatural horror is ponies and unicorns.
That's what I'm into. So.
Yeah. No, I think your art though would, because I've seen you have a bunch of your art at your house, and some of it's glorious, but also I like a lot of it that's kind of haunting. That's kind of, if I had to say a word, a single word that would like apply to Fabian Badia art, because there's all sorts of different elements and lots of different words I could say, but one word that goes across all of them, it would be haunting. Like hauntingly beautiful, but then also like some of them are just like haunting,
Yeah, it's there's a lot of dark stuff there, and for me, it's really creating art is really an exorcism type of thing. So
cool.
pretty much all the bad stuff that I've been building up from the L5R campaign, I'm gonna give it the World of Do twist and let it out on paper. So.
That's very cool.
That's my goal.
Awesome. Cool. What sort of medium do you like to work in generally, or what different styles do you? Let me ask you this: what different schools of art have inspired you, and what is your background and like as far as not like specifically like school you went to, but like what type of art do you like to create the most? Like what sort of medium do you use when you create art?
Let me tell you about my background, buddy.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, my background is pretty simple. I mean, I grew up in France, so going to a lot of museums, admiring classical, romantic art, all of that stuff. Really inspiring. And then one day, I was lucky enough to go to Holland and go to the Van Gogh Museum.
Oh.
And that blew my mind so much. I was like, I've got to do more than just look at art. I've got to start making art. That's where I get my start, was that inspiration and art books and trying to really get as many styles down as possible. And when you do that, you realize that all the classical, the masters of painting and drawing and all that just spent years on a single work of art, and that's just not something that our modern society can afford. So I kind of used that while I was in school, but now a lot of my art is pretty expressionistic. I don't know if you know this, but France is an obsession with Japan. And,
I noticed this like early on in the Kickstarter that like
there's a movement that's called Japanism, which I think started in like the late 1800s, where
really
Japanese woodcut art was the hottest thing, and that's so you can. I would say that transferred rather well into where I'm at, I guess, as far as my obsession with Japan and Japanese art. Thankfully, in order to kind of prepare myself for this, I've actually been working with pen and ink and paintbrush and watercolor quite a bit. So what I'm hoping to do really is create as much of a real medium more than a digital medium. But my background is digital, just like any artist these days. In order to be really effective, you're going to have a lot of digital media in use.
Cool.
But
yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, I'm going to start with just simple, pencil sketches and run it by you, and then you and I will probably select what we feel is going to be the best opening for the first chapter of the Book of Water. So.
Yeah, well, I'm excited. I think you and Toby's chapter is going to be. You're chapter 1. So I'm excited that you guys are you're gonna rock it out of the gate.
Hell yeah. So, the hell yeah.
Yeah. The hell's yeah. So yeah, I mean all the chapters I'm just super excited to see them and people have already been talking to me about some of the ideas for the different chapters and what they want to go into. But I'm excited for your guys' stuff too, because I mean a lot of the people that we got are like pretty widely known in certain circles. I should say in certain circles. A lot of these guys and ladies are known among different groups, but you and Toby don't have as much exposure as some people, and you guys I think are both widely talented, as talented as many or all of the people that are in the book, and so I want you guys in there, and I'm super excited that you are. So.
Me too. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I truly appreciate it. Being a part of this project is definitely a strong and powerful feeling of pride that pretty much takes over. So
awesome.
I'm gonna do an awesome job. That's what I'm excited about.
Well, I think you are. You're doing awesome. So
I want the book pretty much the best they can get.
Awesome. So we have 69 minutes to go, which is pretty awesome, and we are currently at 518 backers, $21,000 and $21,384.
Nice. I'm gonna pimp it out on my Facebook one last time.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna talk about Toby about it on the chats for the actual Kickstarter.
Okay.
Fabian Padilla talking. So have you ever heard of Samurai Fiction?
Samurai Fiction?
It's a 1998 comedy samurai film directed by Hiroyuki Nakano. It's almost entirely black and white and follows a fairly standard plotline for comedy and Jitai Geki samurai film.
Sounds a lot like a Pulp Fiction samurai school.
Yeah, it's
what came before, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's basically huge, like kind of like funny but funny but also kind of serious, like love story nod, or love letter, I should say, not story, and nod to like all the traditional stuff. And I never heard about it at all until like 2 different people mentioned it to me today. So yeah, it's crazy. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so I just got a notification that Fabian Padilla posted about World Do.
True that.
True that. Dennis is leaving us. Let's see. Oh, you know, I haven't checked in a while. I haven't checked the Q&A. Oh. Hero Emery.
This is my first time using Google Hangout with videos. So.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. And it's not just Google Hangout with video, it's also on air. So it's going directly to YouTube. So people can join it and view it right now, but it's also going directly to YouTube.
So if I say bad words, it's going to get cut out, right?
No.
Oh, that's terrible.
No. But the MPAA will come after you.
Oh.
They won't. They won't actually. So, whew, I'm getting tired. Oh.
And I know you're going to soldier on, so I'm actually probably going to take off now.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Fabian.
Thank you.
And have an excellent evening. And thank you, Jennifer, for letting us borrow Fabian for a while. And it was good seeing you guys at the convention this weekend. We should try to have a game session of World of Do sometime soon.
Yes.
So,
I would like to play that.
Yeah.
I would like to play in a samurai game now.
You would like to play in a samurai game?
Yeah.
People don't know this, but Fabian's actually been running first edition Legend of the Five Rings game for myself and Jennifer, and then 2 other friends of ours. And I'm not going to say their names because I don't know if they would like me to do that. But anyways, he's been running it for us for a little over a year now, and this week I'm going to San Diego for much needed family vacation, and the week after that he's going to run our final session of the entire campaign, which should be pretty awesome. So, yeah, Fabian, I think would be excited in actually getting to play in a samurai role-playing game versus, I should say, not samurai, a Japanese role-playing game versus just running one. So yeah, I think we could figure out running.
Do you think you could handle that? I mean,
I might be able to. I've done a couple. I've done a couple recently. I've done a small handful of or a few. So yeah. All right.
All right. Well, I will say good night to everybody.
Good night.
And congratulations on making the Kickstarter. Congratulations on all the backers as well. You're supporting an awesome guy, an awesome project, and good folks all around.
Thank you, Fabian.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Good night. All right. Oh, I have an hour left. Oh, my viewers. Let's see. Oh, look at that. You can have my name with that thing. That's pretty cool. Let's make it. Interesting. I'm messing around with Google Hangouts right now. I have more people to thank. 21,384. That's 1,600. In Zane in Indiana, Evansville. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, for backing my game. He's eating corn in his picture. That's a pretty awesome picture. Matthew from Berkeley. Thank you very much. You also have an awesome picture. That's a cute kid you got. All right. And Timothy also from Indiana is awesome. He's back to the game, and that's cool. Mark. Sweet, thank you. Oh. Gentleman Andrew, Mr. Dorman from Lisa Viejo. Also, our 500th backer was Lee Elliott, who is our backer from earlier that had some questions. That's awesome. So congratulations. 21,384. Yeah, that's cool. Woohoo. Just about an hour left. I am really tired now. It is very late. We have 1 hour left. Someone just sent me a thing about writing. They said the beautiful part about writing is that you don't have to get it right the first time, unlike, say, a brain surgeon. Hmm. Hmm. I'm just looking through the comments on all the different things that people have sent me over this whole thing. This is awesome. We're currently at 1,069% funded, 518 backers, and 60 minutes to go. You guys have, on average, pledged $41.28 each. 6,880 pledged directly through Kickstarter, or pledged via Kickstarter, say, and external referrers are 14,504. Facebook, RPGNet. I should check over the folks at RPGNet. They've been awesome, super nice people. I've been happy to answer all the questions. And also all the folks at Something Awful and at Reddit. You guys are all great. So, yeah, thank you, all of you. Kind of zoning out here. Sorry, guys. Mm-hmm. Kind of like that better. Okay. Okay. RPG seems to be mostly done. Toby just said he wishes he could join us for game nights. I wish you could join us too, Toby, for game nights. Ask Toby. I'm asking what his favorite board games and card games are. Toby's telling us that his favorite. I was just posting about the final hour of Kickstarter on Facebook. Toby just told us that he's going crazy over Pret-a-Porter for fashion-inspired worker placement game. It's even more cutthroat and intense than Lords of Waterdeep. My daughter, Morgan, is very much into complex board games now and huge fashion fiend. At the moment. So he's telling us about Pret-a-Porter. Players, a young company hoping to make it big in fashion. The game runs on 12 months, with fashion show every 3 months. Players have 2 months to prep designs, build collections, hire employees, buildings, and sign contracts, and even purchase materials. Try to meet the win categories of each fashion show: quality, PR, number of collection, trends. Awesome. I'm probably going to cut a lot of the silent dead air out at the end, or shorten it up some here. If I have time. So sorry, guys. You may want to fast forward through some of this. I'm just answering some people's questions that are asking me stuff. Oh my gosh, yeah. So Toby's telling us about Pret-a-Porter. My daughter's going to love this game. Holy cow. Ignacy Trezbezek. Ooh, we might have Ryan Macklin here for the last hour. This will liven things up a bit. I've been rather quiet. My apologies. Let's see about getting Ryan onto the thing. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm inviting him directly. There we go. Invitation posted for Ryan Macklin. 23 back. Oh my gosh, 23 new alerts for backers. Thank you guys so much. This is awesome. Carl, you doubled your pledge. Thank you. And just got another one. Thank you, Martin. Wow. Ryan!
Hello! Oh,
Hello!
we'll totally use the Hangout toolbar. Yes. So, how are you still awake after Phoenix ComiCon and running and still doing this?
This is my second full cup. If you notice, it's a movie cup. So I think 32 ounces of Diet Dr. Pepper, and then earlier it was Coke Zero. So yeah, actually the last like 15 minutes since Fabian Vidia left and because we were talking about art for the book, he just took off. I've been kind of just like zoning out a little bit. I've been answering questions for people and whatnot.
Sweet.
So yeah, we don't have a lot of questions coming in right now. We had a lot of them earlier when we first started, but so I was thinking if you and I wanted to chat a little bit about because this is all going to go up on YouTube.
Right.
If you and I wanted to chat about the Fate a little bit, I've alluded to the history of it slightly about World of News lineage a bit regarding its relationship to Fate, and if you want to talk about that more.
Yeah, so I mentioned on my blog post the relationship that I have with Spirit of the Century with playing next to John Wick.
Yes.
For our very first one, and how we still occasionally actually trade quips, trading the exact same quips, which were also our aspects, which was "Damn you, sorcerer!" to me to him, and then him saying, "Curse you, awesome! Why won't you die?" Which is still one of the best aspects, I think, in a Fate game, is just adding "Why won't you die" to something, and then from there, just him being totally sort of seeing aspects as a way to, I don't know if you'd say solve a narrative problem or add a very concrete element to the game. But when he threw that in Houses of the Blooded and mixed that together and sort of blended his own spin on it, first, what happens is that I have allergies that cause me to cough. That's the first thing that happens when John blends aspects into something. But also, it had this neat. I'm watching someone else play, and this was before I became part of the Fate family of many code creators that have, at this point, made Fate what it is.
Right.
but yeah, seeing him do the thing where he had the one way to invoke, one way to compel, and back when it was what you did in Spirit of the Century, one way to tag,
Right.
is what we now call. I mean, we just now that's just now a form of invoking.
Right.
That and on the character sheet there, you wrote down the one way, and I actually misunderstood it when I first played because I understood how aspects work. So I thought that was right away. That's a way you can invoke, compel, etc. And that proves you actually know what your aspect is about. I'm like, this is genius. And then when I discovered this is the one way, I'm like, okay, that's focus. It kind of keeps things going, but doesn't make the game entirely about aspects because John wants the game to have more facets than that.
Right.
And so, but even then, I actually use that lesson from Houses when I'm talking to new people about Fate, and I want to say it's in Fate Core, but at this point, what I wrote for Fate Core and what is in the end product, you cannot tell I don't know what version it got in, if it got edited out. It's there are like 50 million versions of the text in my head, and I have no idea at this point which one's the one that's been printed. We have to go
I
back.
know how that feels at this moment.
Yeah, no, right? I actually have to go back to the rules on occasion. Be like, oh, okay, that's what we said. And
Yeah.
in fact, at one point, Lenny and I revised it because it turns out that we were still arguing at the point in which I left the Fate Core project. And we're like, wait, this is still not right. And then we revised the boost rules. But, I mean, Fate honestly is constantly going through iterations, and at this point, we're getting to express it through individual builds for settings, and that's one of the reasons that I'm really excited to get to work on A World of Do, is because there are elements of like truths about how the and not to be a pun, the world works in Houses and Blood of Honor, and those are sort of the core setups there, just purely by how your base stats end up working out or don't work out in the case of one of them.
Right.
And that just being that thing of here's you don't understand beauty, you cannot conceive of beauty, you are not beautiful, it is a void for you. It isn't that you're unattractive, it's that this thing is a void for you.
Right.
And I've been sort of thinking of, like, when we first talked, but like a few weeks ago, something like that, about the fate conversion. You were telling me about this, and I was thinking about, just sort of like thinking back on the times that I've played Houses on the tabletop. I've played it more often as the LARP.
Right.
I love, in no small part, because it is even far more aspect-driven than the tabletop game is, which is great for you're standing around and you don't want to, have, a random mechanic constantly bog you down when you're in essentially, how did a friend of mine put it? A cutthroat game about sorcerous psychopaths.
Yes. Yes. Sorcerous teenagers are all sorcerous psychopaths.
Yeah.
Who have ultimate power. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I've actually had a lot of fun running that game. I co-ran it a couple times for Josh Roby's crowd.
Yeah.
And in fact, because of that, I was due to host at some point, and I still have not taken him up on it. Now he doesn't run it anymore. So, but anyway, so that whole thing of here's a thing that can help you with this resource, but it works fundamentally different because the game is a very John Wick push your luck sort of game, with the wagering element and sort of the hard choice at character creation thing that he likes to do with pick the thing that you will never ever be able to fill.
Right.
And sort of thinking about that from the perspective of Fate right away, and some of the stuff we talked about the like the communal honor pool element, and if that's something that we really could work in Fate because it already has its economy, and a lot of times in Fate builds, if you try to put another economy on top of it, neither of them get played with enough so that they both effectively break. So there's a lot of things I'm chewing on there, but the first thing that I was thinking about for the build, and I think that this isn't in playtest. This hasn't even been written because it only funded today.
Right.
But thinking about those core those core stats. I'm blanking right now because I don't have it in front of me. What are the core What are the core bits again?
Do you mean the 6 virtues?
Yes.
Beauty, cunning, courage, prowess, strength, and wisdom.
Yes, I would have either said prowess or strength, but not both.
I almost forgot them for a moment there, but I've been repeating them so much this weekend. They were still there. So we are. I just want to let you know this real quick. I'm going to break in. We're at $21,992.
Sweet.
Moment. So if we go at that rate, we might actually hit Jim Pinto's protocol game.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. So wow, keep going, people. Okay, so back to what you were talking about for Fate.
So the now Fate is a game that doesn't necessarily do well when there are voids that are totally cut off.
Right.
Although there are times in which there are voids that are cut off. Like if you don't have this skill about an expertise, you're not going to be able to do it. But everyone, can do almost everything at mediocre.
Right.
And I was thinking about that, and I felt like that is not a great way to emulate the vibe of void. That's default. That isn't void.
Right.
And certainly I think that there's a great difference to be said there, and that you could have beauty at, one might say, effectively default, only having one little bit in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a vast difference from having beauty at what's beauty? What is anything?
Right.
And I've been sort of chewing on the idea of it would feel like Fate if you could engage in, like if we were to take those 6 and to essentially build them out as what you see in the Fate toolkit as skill modes. Or you could see it as like Fate accelerated approaches that kind of two takes on the same thing. One's more action-oriented, one is more descriptive-oriented. And it's probably much closer to being action-oriented. So it would be, would be more looking at more like skill modes, and then being able to branch out from there with stunts or whatnot as to refining the process. But I mean, especially when it comes to how, like, how the fighting elements work too. But anyway, let us say you have no prowess. I mean, you do, Ben.
Yes.
So let's say hypothetically you did.
Hypothetically, I don't have prowess, or my character doesn't have prowess.
Right. And so you're engaged in a moment where so if you don't have prowess, then I really am blanking. Perhaps I should not have had a lot of scotch before. But yeah, so if you don't have a lot of prowess, then when it comes to fighting,
mm-hmm.
this is going to be a really big problem for you.
Yes.
In that you can't.
Right.
Now, what I was sort of chewing on right away with the Fate version is that to make it feel like it's not just trying to be, a World of Dues, Blood and Honor, Houses of Blood and mechanics, but to feel both like it is that, but like it's still Fate and not trying to just say, play this, but with fudge dice instead, if that makes sense.
Right.
We sort of talked a little bit about this. Hopefully that makes sense to you.
It does make sense
At
to me.
home. Sorry, I was
Yes,
thematic pause.
we just broke 22,000.
Sweet.
22,142 too. So yeah, we just had a 150 backer and 163 backer, and we have a new $250 backer too.
That person is my saint.
It's backer number 550. So
That's my favorite number.
there you go. So thank all of you that have just recently backed the game. This is awesome. All right.
So so the idea I have right now, and again, this was like a 10-minute idea. I have these ideas all the time, and then like a couple of days later, it's like, no, that sucks. But that led me to this other thing. But I was protruding on the idea of, yes, you can actually engage in this activity, action, whatever you'd say, that involves this meta skill, this attribute. Hey, your roommate's about to come home. So let us say that you have that going on. Hey, what's up, Austin? Logan will. He's in his office right now. I think no, he's in bed. He was gonna. Hi, everyone listening on the internet. You gonna be up for a bit? Cool. We will. Once I am done with this, we should talk about like morning schedules and stuff. Sure. Cool. All right. So hey, and that's recorded forever. That's awesome. Austin is my new roommate. He's cool. So yeah. You've got. So let's say you have to engage across. You have to fight.
Right.
So you have a choice. You can roll it mediocre. For this scene, if you pay a fate point, you push yourself to say, for this moment, I'm willing to spend something in order for this to not be a void.
Right.
Or you don't. But it certainly is never a compel. Like, you're never rewarded like, oh, you're in a situation where you really could use, having courage, but you're there, so here's a fate point for a compel. Like, no, it's not an aspect. It's a genuine void that you can fill for a moment with a fate point.
Right.
Then it goes away. Which allows those moments that you sometimes get of a character transcending an inherent limitation, and you fight, you like, oh, they just learned something. Oh, they're better. Nope, they just backslid.
Yeah.
Because their nature still draws them to this place.
We actually, our game ended, the game that I ran last night, ended with our cowardly gambler grabbing a pistol and confronting the big bad guy, the murderer, in the case of the game that we were running, and drawing on the guy and calling a strike, which is like the immediate the immediate violence action, where you point at someone and say strike, and you both, it's just the two of you rolling and attacking each other, in like just that sort of situation, because he discovered that this guy had murdered the one woman that he loved, and so he's like, I'm doing this. I'm going to go out and do this, and so it's exactly what you're talking about, where he would never do this sort of thing, but it's this one moment where it's so compelling for his character that he takes that step forward. And the best part about it is that in this version, in the non-fade version, he rolls his dice, and with his privilege, because he actually beat the guy, because he had gotten extra wagers earlier, so he beat the guy by like 2 points in his dice roll. I rolled really poorly, actually, and he rolled great, and he had way less dice than I did. So he, with his privilege, is pointing his fingers at me, actually, because we're doing this because we've drawn guns on each other, and he says, "I miss," for his firing. He says, "And you get to spend the first wager," and I'm like, "Okay, so you're gut shot," and he's like, but then he spends his second wager and he says, "I pull the trigger again and I shoot him through the heart." And it was an epic scene, because then all the soldiers that are standing there go to shoot him and then the other characters that are there in the party. And he's like, "No!" And he leaps in front of all the soldiers as they fire, and they riddle him with bullets. And he falls in the arms of the detective and dies. And as he's dying, blood's pouring from his mouth, and he looks up at the detective and says the name of his lover. He's like, Kachiko. And then he dies. And we're like, that's the end of the game. You know, and it's exactly like just what you're talking about, where it's, you know, that moment where they have this void. So the whole game he's been like avoiding conflict, avoiding conflict, avoiding conflict, avoiding conflict, avoiding conflict. But this is such a important moment for him that he has to grasp his nettles and face that. So yes, spending the fate point, right? If we were playing Fate version of that, that would be where he would spend his fate point right then.
And that would be the thing that you would want to take compels for beforehand. You would want to be in that situation where, you know, at some point the GM is going to force you.
Yeah.
In that situation, you want to be prepared for. But as a Fate player, you also have the thing of like, no, I'm totally going to deal with the fact that my nature is that I don't. So and I've been chewing on whether or not there's the Fate core concept of the high concept aspect and the trouble aspect, and how, you know, what that difference is between a trouble aspect being about, you know, the social, because of how, you know, how much status and how much interconnected everything is, you know, how much your relationship to the people around you, you know, as far as the sort of like external conceits, ends up being important to, you know, how people treat you. So there's that sense of trouble that feels like it's very real because you can't escape that sort of social connection. But at the same time, you have like inner demons, you know, that whole sense of like, you know, there's the classic like, I'm a drunk, so that because I have that,
Right.
or, you know, and whether or not the trouble is just one trouble aspect, which is I'm more or less leaning toward, because the more you throw out special aspects, a lot of times the harder it is to come up with great ones for every single one. But I've been wondering if there is sort of a social trouble and a trouble that really does link to why you have this void. Because clearly you have the void for some reason. And that's sort of more I'm talking about it, I think that's probably just good fodder for one of the other aspects. But
Right.
it is something to, because maybe you don't care about that being compelled. If you don't care about it being compelled, it shouldn't be an aspect. But it's sort of something that I've been thinking about regarding those 5 aspects that you get in Fate. Each need to have some meaning and weight. And so, you know, it's the thing I honestly end up probably pondering far too long for, like, eventually I'll come down to like, well, it's probably these 5 things, and I thought about this like an hour ago, but I've spent the last 2 days agonizing over what questions to ask.
I totally understand, because when I first started working on this, like right at the very beginning, I was like, I want desire in there. I want ninja points. I want them to be the opposite. I want them to be the yin and yang to honor. I want them to kind of work sort of like honor, but I also want them to fight against honor. And then I agonized over it for like almost the entire time. And it wasn't until like mid last year where I was like, no, yeah, it's definitely in. Even though I was, you know, at the very beginning, I was like, this should be here, you know.
Right.
So yeah.
I totally understand those points of agony. Because even after you make the decision, you know,
You're still like, I'm not sure.
you're like,
And then,
yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
I did like 3 playtest games where I did them without in one, and then I did them in 2. I had them in with one, and then I did it again just to be sure. And I was like, yeah, it works. It's like I in my head I was like, yes, it's correct. But then I was still like, I woke up in the middle of the night one night, and I was like, will it work? And I'm like, come on.
well, you get inside your head enough to where it's, I mean, it's so hard to separate yourself a lot, especially when there was some sort of emotional tenor to the choice you were making, which colors it inherently.
Right.
So, like, I don't remember if you played or if you watched Mythender being played at that RinCon.
I missed it because I was because I was what was it with? Why was I missing?
I know Fabian played in it.
Yes.
I
There was something going
know
on that I was
very,
doing.
very hungover during it, and God, you've sort of.
I've heard about it though, and I've heard about that game, which was like pretty epic. So
I came up with the title of it November 2007.
right.
And even up to 3 months before well, maybe like a year, I don't know. Several years into it, having called it Mythender to a bunch of people, I think he even had the domain name at one point. I still said, it's still a working title. Maybe I'll come up with something better.
Right.
And it's like, no, I won't. But like, I can't escape the idea. Do you need help with that? All right. My roommate is Hercules. Yeah, he not sorry, it's just a giant desk that he's doing it by himself. That's just kind of So strength is clearly not his void. So yeah, it's one of those things you get in your head of like, I think it's a good idea, but am I just full of it?
Right. I've totally been there. I mean, like World of Do, I was like, is that a really pretentious name? I mean, the haiku is like perfect for what I'm trying to get across to people, But it's from a haiku, for fuck's sake, that could be like totally hipster pretentious. But I'm like, but no, I mean, I'm making a game about Japan. If this was a game about like cyberpunk something, and I called it a World of Do and started it with a haiku, that would be like, I think, pretentious and like it's not appropriate, But this is we're fucking Japan, and
well, how many times have you gotten someone mentioning Mountain Dew to you?
Oh my God, so many times, and they're like, "It's World of Mountain Dew," and I'm like, "Yes, it is." I'm going with it. I'm going with it because it's extreme.
Right.
Yeah.
$10.
Right, and the crazy part is that like I didn't think about the connection with Mountain Dew at all until because I was like so in my own space creating this game until like I think the third or fourth like playtest where it was like people that it was a bunch of my friends, but yeah, one of them was like a World of Mountain Dew, and I'm like, motherfucker, goddamn it, pardon my language, everyone who's watching this, but the world, but yeah, I was like, so annoyed with myself for not realizing that, and it's crazy because like I work in advertising and marketing, and I have family history and that sort of thing, like working with like localization and understanding where like a phrase might be the wrong thing to use in other situations, and like long story short, my grandfather worked with Kodak, and they had this product that they had named something specific, and then in like Brazil it was like a curse word. It was like the worst curse word. Like it wasn't just like crap or something like that. It was the worst curse word. Yeah. And so he's like, we had to change it. We couldn't call it that, So yeah. So, but I mean, this is nowhere near that. It's just like it invokes Mountain Dew, indirectly because it's Dew, and the Mountain Dew people have like really latched on with their marketing for Do the Dew, so they focus on that phrase. Yeah. So yeah, if they had the World of Dew somewhere, as one of their marketing things, then I would be like that. Well, I couldn't do that. I'd have to go with something else, like Dewdrops or something. I don't know. Yeah. So our dogs are in here now. Whatnot, but so I took honor. I took real honor and ninja points. I've been using glass beads before, but we took real honor and ninja points to the convention with me, and we used them, and they worked great, and everyone loved them because they have that feel. They're all cold to the touch until you hold on to them for a while, and then they warm up, like real stones. And So that's really awesome. I'm glad about that. My supplier for that has been really cool. They may even watch this video. That's how cool they are. So this guy who gets all this stuff from China, and he's like mentioned to me, he's like, I'm watching your Kickstarter and you're doing great. You're probably going to need this many boxes for all this stuff. I'm like, that's awesome, great. And so some of the other suppliers have not been, but they're not a supplier anymore. So which is great. So I've got other people. So it's all been good though. Like seriously, like Mark was like, when the Kickstarter starts growing, you need to expect that there are going to be, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And I'm like, I'm totally aware of that. I'm not going to worry about that. But, I'm going to have to roll with the punches and everything. But it's been way smoother. Like, the problems I've had are, like, super minor, like having to get everyone's bios and headshots, like the first couple days versus, like, the end of the first week, sort of thing. And they're good problems to have versus, like, nothing is working. You're going to have to rewrite the entire book. Sort of thing, sort of problems where you're like, I've already written the book, and then all of a sudden, halfway through, like, no, you haven't. You're going to have to fix all this, sort of stuff. I haven't had any of those problems, so I'm very happy about that. Knock on wood. We won't have any more other problems like that or anything near that bad. Anyways,
and Mark is good people. Basically, he'll be able to shepherd you pretty well.
Yeah, Mark is great people. He's been just wonderful about that. So, I mean, I think I could have probably like muddled my way through, but I would have made a lot more mistakes and been way more amateur about a lot of this than I think I would have been if it had been, if I had done it by myself without Mark. So, yeah, I frequently, for like the very beginning of the Kickstarter, it was like every day, like actually probably every hour or so. I was like, hey, Mark, what do we do about this? What do you think about this? Or what, and a lot of times I was like, that's the right answer. I've got the right answer. But, but then he was also good, like, he wouldn't just, like, give me an answer. He was like, well, what do you think? Is it this question? Let me ask you this question. And then I was like, of course, this is the question I should be asking myself. Right. And then, yeah. So, and we're kind of talking inside baseball now, in vague terms.
Well, it's like, and once you run, these sort of things, once you've done it, the sort of questions that you should be asking, the sort of the beats of things, sort of problems that will come up. The first time, it's like, I got lots of dreams, no experience. But yeah, and it's great to have people who you can count on.
Yes. My wife was asking me a question, but I heard what you were saying, and I totally agree. Yeah. It's been, and everyone that's come onto the project has been amazing. I'm just super happy that I got all of you guys on the project. It's like some of my favorite people, and I haven't worked with like half of any of you, but I'm just like, everyone has been like super friendly and helpful, and and a bunch of people have already been like, yes, I've already written a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, we haven't done this final bit here. I haven't, okay, go ahead, yes, go, so it's great that everyone's been so excited about, actually, getting their stuff in. I'm like, you have until this late date to, before we have to really start working on it. We've got all the, we've got this time, but I'm not going to stop you. So, yes, it's been great that's been, such a big thing for everyone.
Man, it is counting down the minutes here.
Yeah, we've got 13 minutes left. Let's see. I'm going to see if anyone had any questions. I actually got a question on Facebook, actually, from someone real quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to share that on here. They asked, with the Kickstarter coming to an end, how are you going to promote the game moving forward? Designing website, not a sales pitch. Okay. And then, because it seems like just the beginning. And yeah, I'm gonna actually have to put together Wonderworks website. Just working on the game and the Kickstarter. I was like, during all that, I'm gonna throw together I have the domain, but I'm gonna just throw together a website in the middle of all that.
Oh, there's a thing I should tell you now, and not in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Once the Kickstarter is over, you can't edit your page again.
Right. I know that.
and your Kickstarter will have the greatest sort of SEO for your game for a very
Right.
long time.
Okay.
You might want to put a link toward the head of the Kickstarter right before it closes
A link towards the what?
to wherever it will live, you know, in the end. Like,
Oh, you mean where the webpage
yeah.
will?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, even if it's not there now, and then you like throw something up, real quick, that allows people to like Google a world of Do,
Right.
to be like, oh, the Kickstarter page. It is so.
Right.
It's something that I really wish. Like, there's so many things. Once you start running Kickstarters, like, man, I really wish Kickstarter would do X because that would make my life as a creator so much easier. But yeah, so that's a thing that I've now passed along to you, and to you, the viewer at home, or
Thank you.
or wherever you are.
Let me look up my thing really quickly here. Aha. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's nothing there right now. So, but I'm going to do that. I will edit the project. So, let's see. I'm going to ask you kind of a light question. So, have you? What's your favorite Japanese like movie that you've ever watched? And it can be anything. It doesn't have to be like Chambara film or anything like that. But I'm pretty sure you've probably seen a couple of Japanese movies.
Yeah,
Like,
I have. I haven't in like there's been the beginning of a kick because I am also doing the some of the stuff for Tianxia
right.
that went out a bit ago, and so I'm going from I'm actually getting into movies again. Like, I think
Okay.
in the last several years I've been into like television series.
Right.
I have, and like it's one of those things that I feel like a weird poser for saying, but I have a soft spot for Yojimbo because of that sort of just frequently at the jobs that I have had, I have felt like the person who's had to play both sides against each other.
Okay.
And so there's that sense of in order to basically like not for the same reason of I'm going to screw everyone over because you know all of you are inherently bad,
Right.
but there is that sort of sense of walking in from one lion's den to the other,
Understandable.
and so I would say that is probably that's certainly the one that I have watched the most. Although I'd say the last time I probably watched it is at least 3 years ago. And so yeah, it's like that, and I've been watching a bunch of, or I started to watch a bunch of like high magic wuxia films. So
Inspector Yi stuff?
I need to find a copy of that on the not internet because I don't think it streams.
I think they may have just put some of them up on like either Hulu or I just saw it somewhere.
I recently watched The Sorcerer and the White Snake on Amazon.
Okay. Oh, Amazon Prime. That's where a bunch of them I just saw.
You know, actually, maybe Detective D is on there. I should look. But yeah. Are you Art? Okay, well, I can rent you at least. Okay. So yeah, but yeah, there's a bunch that like I only have streaming Netflix, so I may have to temporarily upgrade my account or something to get to be able to watch some of these things. But I need to go and I've got like actually a friend of mine. If I just like I am in like hey, give me like 5 Chambara films that you think people don't appreciate enough. He'll give me 10. A friend of mine in Canada named Albert, who is a fantastic human.
Awesome.
But yeah, and it's one of those. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Um, maybe I'll find it at the bottom of this. So yeah. But yeah, I'd say that, like, I'm trying to think about which other ones that I can remember having seen in when I was like young college days, which I don't really trust anything I saw back then because I had no idea what I was really thinking because I was a young college kid and thus you relatively nothing. And I
Right.
look forward to, like, 10 years from now, like, yeah, that guy in his mid-30s didn't know anything.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, just and totally unrelated to this is I've actually frequently when I think about that I think about Slaughterhouse-5 because I haven't read it since high school and like I want to read it again and try to like remember what I thought of it from my freshman year of high school. But yeah, so what like 3 movies would you tell me that I should see?
Um, Man, I'm trying to edit this really quickly to get it down to 35,000 characters because it's like right at the limit, and I added in that little bit about uh, the web page, and now it's way over. Um, I would say Hidden Fortress if you haven't seen it, just because everyone has basically seen um, Star Wars: A New Hope,
Mm-hmm.
and the opening scene. Not the opening scene, but the first scene where C-3PO and R2-D2 are on Tatooine
Mm-hmm.
is literally the like opening scene for Hidden Fortress. I mean, it's like almost shot for shot the same scene. And and the reason R2-D2 uses beeps and whistles is because the short peasant has a dirty mouth and he's cussing out the tall peasant. But it's such a brilliant movie too. It's so well told. And Toshiro Mifune plays this general, and he has this amazing duel with this other general. And when you think of samurai duels, you're always like, oh, katana. But no, they use spears in this, and it's like a 15-minute duel. And the whole duel, you're just like enraptured the whole time. And you're like, holy cow, that was a long duel afterwards. But like at the beginning, you're like, or during the duel, you're just like, oh my gosh, oh wow, and you can't stop watching it. It's so good. So, yeah. Let me see if I can get this down smaller. I don't know what's going on here. I might have to delete another picture just to see. That might be it because it's having issues with like pictures and spaces.
Mm.
Thinking pictures or characters or something. Let's see if that did it. Nope, it's still too long. Holy crap. Okay, I'm gonna try to delete a whole other sentence. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like,
Yeah.
but Hidden Fortress. You've already seen. Have you seen Seven Samurai?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Although again, it's one of those that I really should revisit because it's been.
Oh, it's so good. Like every time I watch it, it's like just again so good.
Yeah.
Um,
In fact, I watched something recently that was essentially an homage to it, and I couldn't. Like I clicked in like, oh, it's a Seven Samurai, and I wanted to say that it was one of the like Star Wars Clone Wars episodes.
was it called Samurai 7? Because there's an anime out that was
No, I haven't seen that. It was like one episode, and it was essentially the same archetypes. Like being it had to be a Star Wars Clone Wars episode where it was like, oh my god, this is no. In fact, it was a Star Wars Clone Wars episode. Okay, yeah, I just can't remember which one at this point. It was a later season one. I'm like, oh, this is just Seventh Samurai.
okay.
But yeah, it was, and it's neat to see how often that dynamic gets played. What? Yeah, yeah. I just mainlined the entire yeah. It gets really good, and then there's that last season. Yeah.
What's he talking about?
Oh, this we're us and I were just like we had both recently mainlined Clone Wars.
Oh, yeah, it's actually on my list. We're actually currently my 3-year-old, uh, like he's like a little very guy sort of stuff. He's really into superheroes and
Oh,
all
we're
that
down to
stuff. And
seconds.
what?
We're
Oh my
down.
gosh! Here we go. 3, 2, 1, 0, and we're done. And how much did we make?
22,177, my friend.
Oh my gosh! This is so amazing. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mark.
And okay, I now just got the email about being charged for it.
This project was successfully funded less than a minute ago. So,
So how long do you get to sleep now? You're coming right back to the grind.
yeah, I'm actually going. Well, this is the crazy thing. So our family is going on our vacation to San Diego for a week on Wednesday, and since it's a family business, actually it ended at 22,202.
Oh, the one coming under the wire?
It looked like one came in right under the wire.
Nice.
So good on you, buddy. And so yeah, and I work in family business, so we're and it's my friend who was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. And he did it right at the last second. That's awesome.
Nice.
Thanks, John. John Tinsley, I should say. Excellent gentleman. Just backed it, and thank you, dude. That's cool. He got the last one in. He was not sure he was going to be able to do it. Anyways, yeah, family business. So I do all the office management stuff. So, and I've been at a convention since Thursday. So I'm going into work tomorrow morning, bright and early, and then also Tuesday, and then immediately on Wednesday we're going to drive to San Diego. And Emily, my lovely, lovely wife, has very kindly agreed to be the driver to San Diego. Even though normally I'm like, I love to drive. She's like, you're going to sit there and either read the new Jim Butcher novel, or you're going to be sleeping, or both.
Oh, dude.
Have you read Skin Game? Do you read?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you read Jim Butcher novels at all? Have you ever? Do you have any experience with the Dresden Files?
Yeah. I got to read a preprint copy because.
Oh, I just lost. Hold on. I think I just lost your volume. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can the world hear?
Hold on. I'm losing. I don't hear anything.
Oh,
Hello there.
excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to read because I'm on the Dresden Files Accelerated team.
Right.
I got to read the pre-press copy, and it was like I have to not say anything to the internet for a while.
Okay.
It's like
So-
I can't tell you people things. I can't even say really that I've read it because you guys don't have a chance to yet, and it was a little bit of agony. So I'm like waiting for friends to catch up. I'm like, did you see that thing? Like I wrote and actually turned out like I was one of the last ones on the team to read it, and so I ended up writing like to the rest of the people on the team. I'm like, I have notes that I'm not showing any of you because I don't know who else has read it yet. Like either has read it or it's like, Ryan, it's okay. It's okay. You can post an email about spoilers if it's about work. And I'm like, here are examples of X, Y, and Z mechanic.
That's awesome.
That's like, here's a justification for things.
That's so cool.
So yeah, it was. But and so you get that too with like everything. You end up like everything that's based in a media. You get that where you're like looking at like that right there. And it's I think why I love working in role-playing games because you end up getting that like playing with media and seeing your game do it. Yeah, dude, congratulations, man. That is.
I know. It's just like hitting me right now. I'm just like, holy fuck.
It will continue to do so over the next bit, and then it will hit you with the now you have to have more.
I now have more work to do.
This is the,
Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, so we pre-ordered Skin Game, and then for some reason DHL decided to hold it in New Jersey for a week. So I was leaving for the convention Thursday morning, and Wednesday morning is when we got it in the mail, a week and a day late from the release date of the book. So
Yeah.
we had pre-ordered it from B&N, and they were like, "You're going to have it on the release day, and it's going to be a signed copy," and woohoo! And we're like, "Woo, yay!" And then, yeah, no. So Emily read it while I was at the convention.
At least a signed copy.
Yeah, it's a signed copy.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least
Yeah.
they didn't lie about everything. Yeah.
Right, exactly, right? Yeah, I know. So, and then I just found out that a guy that I've gamed with for a long time, I shouldn't say, I've known for a long time, we try to game together every once in a while, and then it's like, we'll game like 1 or 2 games, and then, like, we can't, like, yeah, our schedules don't mesh. But I've known him at the game. He's one of the guys I know at the friendly local game store, and we know, hang out and everything. He was like childhood friends with Jim. He's known Jim for years, and they've been gamers for years. I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah, Jim. I know Jim. We go way back. We went to school together and everything. I'm like, holy fuck, you know.
You know that's how that was more or less the beginning of Fred Hicks getting the license, right?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Fred and Jim are like buddies from back in the day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like they played games together and stuff, and like also like them and Cam Banks.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah, so I actually didn't get to meet Jim until last year.
Right. Yeah, so he was actually, you know what? And the crazy thing is I shouldn't be, I'm not even making this clear, but like, he was at the Phoenix convention. He was at Phoenix ComiCon. So he's probably like on his way home right now in an airplane or already home. But yeah, last night they had a author. I was running my game, as this is why I've missed everything at the Phoenix convention. I think this is the thing I'm most jealous about. I was running my game, and like 6 of my friends all went to a author meet and greet at one of the bars, like one of the bars in one of the main hotels, and it was like 7 awesome authors that I was like, holy. And Jim was there, and they all hung out and they all talked, and they all got their books signed, and they actually had books there, and they were like giving people books. So a guy who hadn't read the Dresden Files, because like everyone else had read Dresden Files, they were like, this is Jim Butcher, he is awesome, and this one guy, hadn't read them and didn't know anything about this stuff, and he was one of the lucky 10,000. He met Jim Butcher. Jim Butcher signed his book, and was like, "Go read the other 18 first," And he was like, "Yes, sir." But they all hung out with him and like chatted and talked about role-playing games and stuff, and I'm like, "Fuck, that's awesome," So, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm sorry. Which book is it? It's like one of the first, the one with the werewolves, I think, is where he.
What, second book, I think?
Yeah, where he like starts talking about gaming, and like I'm reading that book and I'm like, this guy is a gamer. Yes, these are all true. I mean, if you're a gamer and you're in gamer culture at any serious length of time, the everything he was writing in those books were like absolutely like these are like true things about gamers and gamer culture and how they all how we all kind of do it. Sort of things. And I mean, obviously they're not like pillars of reality that every gamer does this, but they were very, like, it was very clear to me that he knew what he was talking about.
It's iconic without being like denigrating.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it was yes, exactly. And I mean, and like I've seen other people write about role-playing games where it's like they're not a role player. They don't know what they're talking about, or they definitely don't know what they're talking about, and they're making it out like some bad, terrible thing. And it's like, and it's like his books. I mean, first off, I love the fact that they're, magic noir, and it's like, why, I love noir, so that was like the first thing. I was like, noir, and it's a new series, and it's a magician. That's cool. It's like World of Darkness with noir, and that's a really cool character.
We got a lot of weird criticism for the Dresden Files because of the World of Darkness connection, or like like not the connection, but like the people perceiving that as a connection. And at one point, I just like, listen, guys, this is about supernatural people being heroes, and World of Darkness can be about that. And I say that as somebody who has now been an author working on World of Darkness stuff, but isn't inherently about monsters, you know? It's about being monsters versus, you know, keeping, you know, the world together. And that's, like, I love that about Dresden. It's just like that get farther into the books, there's a lot more of that exploration of that line between hero and monster.
Right. Yeah, and it's like you read each one, and I've read way too many books, but kind of, you know, if I have an addiction to anything, it's reading. So, but I mean, I've read numerous long series, and very few long series like are able to keep growing in an organic and healthy way,
Right.
where they don't start repeating themselves and don't get stale. And I think I've read only a couple series that have actually been able to do that, and it's like I'm trying to think of like the Stephen Martin, the Aubrey Martin series by Patrick O'Brien, Master and Commander is what most Americans know by. That which they made the one movie out of book 7, out of which I wish they wouldn't have. I wish they. Anyways, that series grew in a beautiful way and was just lovely. And what's the other one? I was just thinking. I just had it in my head. I don't remember now. But there was another series of Bernard Cornwell, the Sharps Rifles series.
I've heard a lot of good things about Sharps.
Yeah, I mean, initially they're a little rough, but like because you can tell it, with like Jim Butcher, it's like Bernard Cornwell's like starting off as a writer, and you can tell that, and he's starting, but they just grow and grow, and they got great. And I mean, they were good at the beginning, but then they're like great now, you know. And he's done with the series; he finished it, and he did like a couple little prequels that were awesome, really fun to read too. But like, yeah, those two series, and there was something else I was trying to remember, and I can't remember right now. But like, those are the only two I can think of as like long series that I've read that grew organically and didn't really like, you know, start eating their own tail or get old and stale and boring. And like the Dresden Files is like that other series that I would put up there that like has always been doing that. And we're totally not talking about World of Doers, Samurai Noir anymore.
But that is close. You can actually take a break for a moment before you don't get to take a break again.
Right, I know. So I'm not going to actually. I'm just laughing about that. But yeah. So.
But yeah.
Cool.
Well, I'm out of beverage, and I should go and.
I should go to sleep.
Yes, you should. While you can.
Yes.
Sleep the sleep of the victorious.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, dude, it's going to be awesome being a part of this.
Yeah, I'm so excited that you're a part of it, and everyone is, and so, yeah. So, a little thing I'm gonna throw in there at the end here is I think we were $798 away from unlocking Jim Pinto, but I think I might still go forward and ask Jim to be in that book, because that would be pretty awesome if we had him in there too, because his little protocol game idea was pretty cool. So we'll see. I'm not going to say yes or no either way,
right.
But I'm going to leave that there for the people who are going to be watching this later. I don't know if anyone else is right. Yeah, there are a couple people still. So we'll see.
Right on.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone who's watching and who will watch again in the future. All you future peoples, and me probably again when I'm awake, so I can see what I said.
What did you agree to during your emotional high and
right, and how tired I am, and
yes.
If I remember, anything I said. So yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm so happy and excited that World of Do was a huge success, and we're gonna go on, and I'll see you all at Gen Con and RinCon and parts here and there. All right. Good night, Ryan.
Good night.
Good night, everyone else.